There we go.
All right, we're back.
We're back. So we're gonna be doing LB3 pluses. Yay! The greatness of everything. And this is where we're gonna start filling out the 10s because they have been empty for a reason. That's because LB3 is a thing. So a lot of this will just kind of show what we are expecting on like what we feel like is a power difference between them having the LB3 or not. If it's massive enough, they will be bumped up. If it's not big enough that they get bumped up, then they will not. And a lot of this usually has to do with passives more than anything else.
Raw stats.
Than raw stats. Because if we do it by raw stats, then like everyone here is gonna drop down by a number. That's not really accurate. So, yeah, we're gonna get started. So, we're gonna start with whoever's in range, and we'll just break our way down because everyone is either going to be staying in the same spot or moving up, right?
I'm going to need to bring up Rem's website.
Aoi, and I can just bring up Rem's website because we're here. Change this location to
start of battle. Party gets +1 SP.
And that is start of battle plus. Oh wait, I can't search it like that. It is this skill. We have a party increase of SP, and it's at the start of battle, which means that dungeon, arts battle, and now the new thing in JP skirmish, simulated skirmish, she will give everyone +1 SP. I do think that this is extremely strong, personally, especially in the fields where she can fully abuse it. The thing is that I think this skill is extremely valuable if and only if you are in two sides of the spectrum. One, the super whales that are trying to one-turn everything, or if you just have a very weak roster and somehow you luck sack and get her limit break 3, right? And you're on like, and everyone in your team for some reason is limit break 1 or 0, and she's like your limit break 3. For some reason it happened that way, and I wouldn't say that is a good choice by any words, but just because there are more important characters to do that too. But I do think that this is potent if you're in those two extremes. I personally am not in that extreme, so I don't see a point in my Aoi getting limit break 3 just for this passive. It's not so elevating enough that it matters to me, that I think she just stays in her place.
There's like a couple interesting quirks about that passive.
Yeah.
One of them is that, like similar start of battle effects, she doesn't need to be in the vanguard for it to activate. It's just no matter where she is in the party, it will activate.
That is true.
Which is nice.
Which is huge.
And the other thing is that
Go on.
it gives her a guaranteed turn 2 ultimate on the backline. She starts with 6 SP, gets +1 from the passive, gets +2 the next turn for 9, and that's how much it costs with her LB1.
Yeah.
So she is guaranteed turn 2 overdrive no matter what.
Yeah. So
which is really cool.
I also think it's really cool, and I also think it's very strong, but I don't think it's enough to really like push her up a tier. I think it's just like she is a tier 10, and with it she is still a tier 10, like, and it's like bottom of tier 10, right? So like if you really want to do it by points, be like, let's say like in this case, she's just kind of moved up a fourth of a step up. She has a little bit more she can do, but it's not enough to push her to the tippy top. That's just my personal.
She just stays right there.
Yep. So she will stay right there, personally. And she's the only one in 10, so we'll just move over to the tier 9s. And we'll start with Tama, who gets, while she's in the front line, +5 SP. So she'll get +5 SP if she's in the front line at the start of battle. You can see it right here. Very strong skill for her kit especially. So a lot of the ones that give +5 SP when they're in the front are actually extremely powerful in JP meta. A lot of it just has to do with, well, you need SP for skills. So it's nothing crazy for anyone to tell you that, yes, this is a very powerful skill. However, with Tama, it becomes a very big difference, because that means she's able to start with 12 SP instead of the standard 7. That means at turn 1, she's able to use her ult. So if you want to do turn 1 shenanigans, you now can. She will enable that fact that you can do that. The other thing that makes her really good with that is actually Tama is very strong because she can both be a healer and a buffer, but both are separated, so she has to choose between one or the other, which is a kind of a hassle if you don't have Aoi in your team blocking damage, so she doesn't have to heal super often. And this passive alone really allows her, from my experience, to actually do both jobs to not only just both jobs, but like when she's a buffer, she can also supplement at least maybe one heal extra per fight than she would have if she did not have that. And I think that is extremely powerful and deserves to make her go up at least A tier, if not at the top, just because of that potential.
Yep, she's one of the best LB3s in the game, probably. Maybe not the single best. She's insane.
Yeah. So she is deserving of this top spot, which is beautiful looking, which a lot of people will be like, oh man, I don't know what I'm going to do about that, but that is definitely where I would place her. Certainly, you can actually argue that Aoi should be up here at Limit Break 3. I wouldn't also doubt that, but if you put them neck to neck, I do personally value the fact that Tama can get that potential of being able to heal and buff much easier to a higher degree than what Aoi can do for your team. However, I will note, the stronger your allies are, the stronger Aoi is. So, like, even if there's just new characters getting added and none of them are Tama or Aoi, so they don't get anything added to their kit, there could be a shift where Aoi is definitely stronger in this area than not, just because, from my experience, she's one of the ones where if someone's strong, they'll just be stronger, right? So now going down the list. Hey Rem, if you want to chime in on anything, let me know, because you definitely have more experience with Limit Break 3s than I do, and I would like that input, because personally, a lot of this is either I have experienced it, or I've seen people run it or not, or what it means on paper, right? We'll work with unions. The unions. So, yeah, union lacks Limit Break, will not move, because, well, she can't. Which totally makes sense, because she's already max Limit Broken. We have Union 3. Union 3, I'll bring it up for everyone. Her passive allows you to get stronger defense down, which is pretty good for her. She comes as a debuffer instead of a buffer, which is like competing with her Union 1. She gets to have a very nice ult, which will decrease defense, and it's free if she's in negative SP. And at the same time, she has a skill here where she does AoE defense down, so she can share that, of course, to other unions. And that will also be able to put her into negatives. So you can kind of abuse this and get your defense down. I personally think that these lower defenses and increase potency for your buffs are incredibly powerful, especially if you have those in the kit. However, it really depends on who it's on. And for Union's case, I think it's incredibly powerful, but not enough to put her in like tier 10 with Tama and Aoi, in my opinion. especially for general player use. I have known that a lot of people who are trying to do the tower hell mode very much likes to abuse her. Although I don't know if they abuse her with her Limit Break 3, but I do understand that her kit is incredibly powerful. So at the very least, she would have a jump up, though I don't know if I want to put her personally into tier 10 at the bottom of tier 10, which I wouldn't disagree with. I think she's kind of borderline in this area, personally. Red or Rem, did you want to add anything?
Yeah, I don't really have much familiarity with that union.
Ah.
But I feel like you're usually getting your def down from other sources these days because every debuff is getting more efficient. So somebody who just debuffs defense is not as crazy.
Yeah, I just think...
But yeah, he's really good.
I mean, I think anyone who has this, who abuses what they need, is quite powerful. We'll go with Union 2, which, you know, it's... Look, she's right here. She'll get... while she's in the front and above, this is actually much better to read, on the front and action of DP is above 80%, then she'll increase the front line skill attack by 18%. So this is a very small buff additive to your potencies for your skill ups, and it's pretty bad. I don't think it really changes not just her gameplay at all, but it also doesn't make her feel powerful as a buffer. I don't really think she moves, just because of that factor alone. So she should kind of just sit there.
She's probably the only union that doesn't really deserve to have the LB3.
Yep.
Just negligible. Doesn't really matter.
Thank you, Rem, for
of
that.
our LB3s for sure.
Yeah, because like, I also agree with that. I think because all the other ones have the potency for buff up, potency for defense down, and then you have, you know, S Union who can just, you know, give battery to the backline, which is incredible. Yotsuha. Yotsuha is a buffer who is incredibly potent because
Shame on you. Shame on you. You didn't use her nickname.
Yotsun? I mean, hey, listen, I love Yotsun, okay? But my problem is that I can't just say that and expect people to know everything like that. Everyone uses Union, okay?
People will get used to it the more you use it.
Okay, fine. Yotsun, okay? Incredibly powerful.
And I was joking. I also say Yotsuya, not Yotsuya.
But incredibly powerful. Okay, she comes with fire attack up for your fire skills, and comes with a doping, which is stronger enhance. With her limit break 3 being increases the potency of her buffs, which means that if she can stack these two and these, which usually you can't, to be honest, incredibly potent. This act will basically deserve her in a higher tier, because the amount of buffing potential and the amount of like stats you can get, not stats, just like damage potential you can get from this is just incredibly high. So I personally will raise her up a tier for that, just because that potency is huge.
Well, yeah. I mean, this is really for those who really go the extra mile to get in the LB3. But Yotsuha is definitely a unit that propels fire team. It really helps the fire team to stay like the best team for until we started getting resist down teams like with Charu too.
The thing about Yotsun, in my opinion, that is kind of hurting her in current JP per se, like it's not really hurting her. I think it's the talk about Yotsun versus Adele is makes teams a lot faster, but the damage potential is a lot less. So if you want to put like a word for it, Adele is kind of like your speed run, and you need more like more power from your damage dealer. So they can't just be sitting at like limit break 0 and you expect them to do anything. While Yotsuha is like your tank and spank, your tried and true. You have a little bit more turns, probably double, to be honest, not even a little bit, probably double amount of turns that Adele needs. However, your damage potential is much higher. So there is, that to consider when you think about if you want to be like into fire. I love fire. It's not strong right now, kind of. It's like a weird place where it's like strong but not strong because it doesn't have these three. Mia 2, we'll move on. Mia 2, I don't know how many people actually value Mia, but I personally value her incredibly high. A lot of it has to do with, in my opinion, she is the best generic debuffer. So if you're free to play, if you are low spender, she is incredibly potent for single target like boss fights. And this is because she can be used on every single team possible, just because you have defense down and fragile, which every single team needs.
Her ward keeps going up. Mia SS2 ward actually never wins. Like it just keeps going up. Even now with PS Crit, she's the top. She's the debuffer. The go-to debuffer.
Exactly. And you'll see it right here. Her limit break 3, as we're talking about limit break 3s, she will increase her defense debuff potential, which is incredibly, it's just incredible for a kit. Because what does she do? Just defense down and fragile, which is crazy. And it's 2 turns, so if you don't even need OD to pop this, and on top of that, the usage is halved if the enemy already has fragile. She can also set that up, I said this before, with her A skill, which costs only 5 SP during overdrive, so then, or extra turn, and then you can fire this off for even less SP. So it's just incredibly nice kit. With Limit Break 3, I personally at least an extra tier up, just because of how potent that is. I did mention earlier that I'm not going to go too much into stats, and if the stats really increase the potency, that would not affect them on this. She is one of the few on this list where if I did count that, she would definitely just get punched up another, because her main issue is she does both defense down and fragile, which takes 2 separate stats, and so hitting maximum potential on both is incredibly hard. And with more limit breaks, it makes it incredibly easy, or not incredibly, much easier to hit those markers. So then her potential is actually much higher right when she hits limit break 3 and even 4. So that's something to just note. She's one of the few that arguably could be punched up another notch just because of that, but I probably wouldn't compare her to Aoi, so that is also something to consider. For the trio here, Charlotta, Tsukasa, and Hisame, they get different LB3s, so I'll just pull up Charlotta first. Charo. So Charo, her limit break 3 is not the greatest. It's the same thing as how Union is except for it's just defense and thunder defense down while she's in the front. These passives are kind of dog, so she doesn't exactly move because her kit didn't get that much better. It really didn't.
Yep.
Though she does get stats, and those stats will be potent for her debuffs, because like I said before, she's another one of those. Her skill will scale off of EN is intelligence. God, it hurts me to say that.
Don't worry. I'll be changing it soon. So
no, I'm not gonna bend, dude. Rev, I'm not gonna bend. And Fragile has luck, right? So the higher her limit breaks are, the more potent she is as a debuffer, which makes her really strong. And that alone could arguably put her into a higher tier. But for the sake of how I make this tier list, I do not really count that, and I'm not going to punch her up a tier. Tsukasa 4, or Bunny Kasa. So, Tsukasa 4, she is one of the weird ones where she is a debuffer, and her skill is to increase her buff effects. Now, I did mention that this skill is incredibly potent and incredibly strong. However, she is one of the few from my experience where I basically rarely, it happens once in a while, I rarely use her to buff anything. Her ult is a debuff skill, unless, I mean, not counting the funnel, but it's mostly for the debuffing, and the funnel doesn't get increased potency because of this LB3 passive, and it's just this dark skill enhance. I actually rarely use this because a lot of my dark attackers can already buff themselves, and Tsukasa needs the SP to use this skill a lot in order to generate a lot of overdrive with my other dark supports. So not only that, but with the new changes in JP, where she actually has to use SP in a skill to to use her hit count buff, I feel like it just kind of made it harder for her to use her full kit. And this will not be used if you want to use her hit counts that she will buff herself with, and you'll use something like, let's say, Silky Flare, or maybe just her ult from her SS1. Where is that? Over here. Costs 10 SP. Also gives the party boost. And so because of that, I personally would not increase her, just because she just can't really utilize that passive that well. So unless Rem and Red, you guys have had different experiences, let me know. But like, that's been my experience with her.
Yep, I found it to be mostly useless.
Yeah, I mean, by the time we got that Tsukasa style, I was already using. I wasn't really using dark teams, and she didn't make me use dark teams. It just was not as good as standard teams, so I just.
Now,
to be honest,
is she, are these two good when you have higher limit breaks? Of course, because their debuff potential and everything like that increases, which is really, really strong. And that's not what I'm going to allow to actually up you in this list. It's really about your kit and how important you are for the team.
I'll just add that Tsukasa style is very good for certain speed kill compositions in tower.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, Hisame 4, in my opinion, is one of the different ones, just because her passive actually has use. But I really don't know if it's enough to punch her up. So this is in Japanese, so you guys can't really can't really read this. But when she's, if I read this correctly, if she's an extra turn, she'll decrease her SP cost by 2, right? And so, as you can see, her SP consumptions on her ult is 14. With her regular skill is 8. You'll really want to run both. And that's 22 SP. That is higher than the cap, which is 20. But if one of them gets reduced by -2, then that means that you'll be able to hit for 20. And so you're actually, if you had full, if I know this correctly, because I have actually never used her rem. If you pop overdrive, and at 20 SP and it's OD3, she can actually, and she has 40 SP, she can actually get all of her debuffs down. Am I correct on this?
That sounds right to me.
Because she can give herself an additional turn as well. And so she, instead of taking like a full 4 turns of overdrive in order to get all of her debuffs down. She can pop this first, get the AoE defense down for ice, then pop this skill, and then it'll be the next following turn, and she for OD, so it's second extra turn, and she could pop this, give herself an extra turn, and then pop this in order to get all of her debuffs down. I personally think this really makes her much faster in an ice team, where ice teams are kind of like in a weird spot. I would put them kind of like third strongest, but really I'm not a big fan of ice outside of Adele. And because they're kind of clunky. Their synergy is kind of awkward. Their buffers and debuffers are outside of Chia is kind of weird. I'm not putting Yuina into this mix because she's definitely makes Isa in a different compartment, in my opinion. But like if you look at even just the breakdown, Fire has a lot more stronger supports, Thunder has better supports overall, and so does Dark. Light, of course, is kind of on the weird, weaker end of things, but Ice's supports are not that impressive by any means. And being able to do this is kind of awkward if you want to throw this out twice early. Like, you really are feeling like you're constraining yourself to a strategy that requires you to like wait for OD3, go for the 40, or maybe there are certain strategies where you don't need to pop this out twice. You pop this out once, and then now you just pop this out twice into this. And that is kind of potent because that means you can do 8 into 6 into 12. So there are some new avenues you can do. What?
Her ult costs half SP during extra turn.
Oh, it's half?
So it goes down to 5 with her passive.
Oh, I didn't even know.
Also, she has other ways to activate extra turns through her SS2 and SS3, which both cost 5 SP, which is actually pretty nice.
That is nice, but so, I think the main issue is you probably want the ice defense down in ice team, right?
Yeah, but sometimes you just want to activate her ult for cheaper.
But yeah, I'm...
And paying 5 SP for an extra turn and then paying 5 SP for ultimate is cheaper than 14 SP for ultimate.
And so, overall, like, that actually changes things. I think it makes her stronger, but does it really put her in the same tier as Charlotta and Tsukasa? I would say it's like slightly under. I think it does give you a lot more avenues that I would actually put her on the same tier, but like behind them. I can't feel like if they were all at LB3 that she's better than any of them. Just because she has that added to her kit. However, it is definitely much better than what she has currently without an LB3 passive. So personally, I will slot her up 1, but she is still weaker considerably than these two. Not considerably, like just enough that she is still in the same tier, but she is definitely under them. Aina 2. Oh boy. I feel like I'm one of the I don't know. I feel like out of the people I've voiced out with, not including like Red, Rem, and some people, but like people who are not part of the usual people I talk to, that Aina 2, for some reason, they don't seem to be a fan of. I don't know why, even though she's so powerful in her passive. It's just that if she is like hitting things with 8 SP under, let's see, 8 SP under, then her debuffs are down by 30%. I mean, like, increased, not down, but increased by 30%. The fact that her whole kit...
What? It's just I know it's not very easy to read, but basically just say that that LB3 passive only activates when you use a deep depth down skill that is under 8 SP.
Yep.
It is.
And so in order to activate that, she does really help her own kit because she has an 7 SP ult this will go into, I mean, this normal skill will be half cost during overdrive, and so it allows that all those to be going down. The fact that she has an AoE defense down, she has a dark defense down. This is incredibly powerful, and so my personal opinion, I have not Limit Break 3 her, but from seeing other people use her at Limit Break 3, I think it's incredibly potent, just having the extra 30% instead of the usual 25%.
LB3 makes or breaks certain compositions again in tower, but if you're gonna use her in other battle content like score attack, it's fine. She doesn't really need LB3.
Oh yeah, I don't think she needs it, but this is more so like the relative power, right? So this is kind of like a relative power list. On oh, you know, I should probably show you, Rem, like what my qualifications are for tiering, just so you're in the know, right? So it's basically willingness to bring it. I didn't really put CT because this is like less CT material. I don't do CT enough. But for score attacks, skirmishes, this is kind of like a lower tier because it's not as important, which is just regular general purpose farming and whatnot. How easy the style is to use. You don't have to like big brain it like crazy. There's some styles that are really strong, but they really big brain things. The impact of the style comparatively to other styles of the same role, synergies with other styles, and then efficiency of the style, so SP costs, turns to reach maximum potential, things like that. So that's kind of like what I run through in my head when I make this tier. And in Aina's case, the fact that she's able to not just OD and literally puts her in this part of the list, I actually personally value her with the extra defense down potential to be up 1, but I can't put her kind of here, so it's like a weird halfy position. I actually want to put her here. Red or Rem, do you guys like have any thoughts on that?
I'm mostly bringing her for overdrive if I do use her, and the defense down is just a nice bonus, so I'm probably not paying that much attention to the extra potency she adds most of the time. But it is a very powerful effect.
Oh.
What are you talking about? Which style I was basically played? Which style are you talking about? Aina or Kazu?
Oh, we're talking about Aina. Aina 2.
Oh, it's Aina.
So I placed her here for if she was Limit Break 1 and you owned everything. But I think at Limit Break 3, I can't really fully grasp her being in this slot. However, I can give her this weird half position that I think actually she would slot well in at Limit Break 3 compared to 1. Like her, how like effective.
Yeah.
And
Well, I'd agree. I would agree with it. Yeah. She's it's still that LB3. It's still a major improvement to her overall skill set. So
yeah. I think it just works well with her overall skill set, and like you are gonna use it like that anyways, like how she's used. However, I can't put her in this slot where I really feel like she's that powerful.
And she just got better thanks to her SS3's passive skill.
True. You also have to count that. It's insane.
I mean,
and then Aina 1. So Aina 1 Limit Break 3. I think her passive is the same, right? It's not the same? No, it's just reduces defense if while in the front. This one is...
and I just want to add about this kind of passive def, or the one that reduces def by 10%. It's the I think it's it's the kind of passive that doesn't show up on the enemy's screen. Like it's the kind of debuff that doesn't show up on the screen. So, but it's in addition to the other dip downs, and it's hidden. It won't show up.
Yeah.
Because it actually only activates during the part where way you're using your skills, between the turn, so it won't show up on the screen. It's just a 10% that is passively applied when you attack.
I think it is really nice for her kit, but I don't think it really changes her position make or break. A lot of it just has to do with 10% is additive to what she will already bring to the table. And at least the good part about her is, well, you have an AoE defense down, which is going to be kind of like additively added to become as powerful as a single target defense down, which is very strong. Like, it's not actually, but it's about like kind of like that feeling. But it is very potent in that regard, that it's kind of as if you're bringing a Limit Break 2 or a Limit Break 1 defense downer for single target, and they don't fully have their intelligence high enough in order to do that. And so because of that, like, it would make her potent in that regard. I don't really think it would push her up a tier, just because that passive is not that potent when you really add up how much defense down and stuff exists and how much it really adds to her kit. Aina really gets pushed up because the fact that she can also dark defense down, and that is an additional extra punch that she can have. Aina's not really able to do that. Granted, she did also get a new passive up here, right? 10% more bonus defense down during... Is this during overdrive only? Yeah, only overdrive. So
Yeah, overdrive.
yeah, like my it's kind of dark here, so I'm like squinting to read everything. But yeah, so I don't really value her to be pushed up a tier, but she is still incredibly powerful. Now we're on Koju 3. One of my old favorites, but she's not that used because she's kind of slow. Granted, she is still good in dungeon. She's still good in arts battles. There's a lot of areas where she is incredibly strong. Her Limit Break 3 is one of the more weaker ones, in my opinion. However, there is one thing where this is like one of the ones where I will break the rule for like stats don't matter. No. For this girl, stats actually matter. Because from my experience, at Limit Break 1 or 0, she will explode. If the enemy touches her, she just breaks. And so, because you want her in the front all the time, and she will break super often with like these low stats, the fact that Limit Break 3 exists, she gets a 5% overdrive gauge, which isn't that incredibly high. But it is potent enough because that's like 2 hits worth of OD, if I'm not mistaken, and she can survive in the front. I think that is a valid enough response to actually punch her up a tier, because she can actually do her job while also doing the one thing that is kind of hurtful for her kit, which is she doesn't really hit the enemy. So building up overdrive is not much of an issue because her ult and her passive will help her be able to do more OD gain than if anyone's just in front auto attacking, which is incredible. So I personally would bump her up a tier right under Aina 2, right here. And so if Red and Rem have any other thoughts, you guys can go ahead about this.
She generates a surprisingly high amount of overdrive in my experience. Not even with LB3, but that would help a lot too. She's pretty good. There's just like not a lot of content she's incredible for right now, and Sumomo kind of took her role as morale buffer because she buffs her own morale.
Yeah, and she's also like just overall. I know we're talking about LB3, not her main use. Like what makes her good. I just wanna chime in like that. The second skill of hers, which saved me more than once.
This one?
unlimited. Yeah, since
Hmm.
it's unlimited saves, it's really safe. Saves you because you
Yep.
don't have to use X skills that apply that grant crit damage. And if you remember, before this skill, there all of the other skills that were granted critical damage were limited in use. This was the first one that didn't have a limited
That is
use.
true. I'm pretty sure this is. There's only like 3 of them in the game right now, if I'm not mistaken. Um, where it's like
I think so. Yeah.
that these
The other one
buffs
is
are. It's
at, yeah,
Iroha 2 and Aoi, right? Who can like
Yep.
buff
Those are the other
without
two.
exactly. Yeah.
without EX skilling. When that means they can spam it. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Next,
Oh wait, doesn't Sharo 2 get one as well?
what?
For dark teams only though. Sharo 3 gets one for dark teams only. It's like a dark
No.
skill buff and
It
crit
is a
buff. No,
no.
for his skill.
It's just a skill enhance, a dark skill enhance and regular skill enhance. There's no crit or crit damage
Oh, okay.
attached to it. Yeah. Um.
Yeah.
So now we're going to Rem's favorite, Irene. The difference between her Limit Break 1 versus Limit Break 3. I'll let him take the wheel because honestly, I don't even own this Irene.
Yep, it's all yours.
It's all yours.
Okay. Well, when it comes to, you can just swap to the page for her on the on.
Oh yeah, I
Feral
can.
DB.
Sure. Of course, I'll do
Yeah.
it for you.
I just displayed our third passive, and it's already translated anyway, so there's no need to show the
Yes.
rest. So yeah, when it comes to Irene, she benefits a lot from her LB3, more so than any other attacker, than elemental attackers. Why? Because pierce crit, which means the kind of skill that she's got, that ignores resistances. Um, there are limited ways to increase the damage for that skill. Uh, Compared to the elemental attacker, she doesn't have access to elemental buffs. So she's got limited ways to increase the damage of her skill. That LB3 allows her to get that 30% extra crit damage that is added on top of the crit damage buff she can get from Tama and similar buffers. So when it comes to her LB3, honestly, to me, it's a must get for her. If you plan to use Irene, you want her to deal the most damage possible. So that LB3 is no questions asked, just get it.
Would you say she gets
use
bumped
her
up a tier
efficiently.
in this because of that passive alone?
Compared, yeah, I think so because it's really crucial to her. If she doesn't have it, she still does great damage. But if you want her to do the most damage, then that 30% comes in clutch.
Okay. Well, there you have it. I personally don't have her. I wish I did, but RNG was never my favorite, and I was not one to pity. So, I sadly do not have her.
You already know how much it took.
I know.
Me to get that LV3.
It's a drink, man. I will like further emphasize a point that Rem was making, just because you might have glossed over and not heard him. But this crit damage is actually added to, like, even if she has double crit buffs, this is also still applied. So
yeah, let me tune in. Let me tune in about that straight to just adding that whenever you see a buff and under it you don't see that yellow text, that says the let me look for one that says category with the name of the attack, with what category, as well as what type of the, like, when you have can you open her second skill? Yeah, I opened it.
this is already
So
open. Yep.
that one, yeah. So you can see that the first
Category
one is
crit
category attack up count. That means that you can stack at most twice that attack up, and it's gonna count towards the count category. And critical damage is gonna count is sorry, let me reword what I was going to say. The attack up is gonna count into the category attack up count. Twice is a maximum, of course. The critical damage is gonna count into critical damage count twice maximum. If somehow we had, and there are some skills that have that, if you had another attack up or critical damage that was not count based but turn based, that would count as well because it's a separate category. So you would be able to stack the attack up 4 times, twice with count, the attack up count, and twice again with attack up turn. There are some skills that have this, that can have this. It mostly happens with passives and skills, so it's very rare. And when you see a buff that does not have that category, that means it has no limitations. It will stack with anything else.
Like
It will stack with itself. Yeah, exactly. Like you see, if that LB3 was something like that, was applied after every battle. If there was a multiple, to explain this better, let's go check. What is it? Let's go check.
We're looking for
Admiral Aoi.
Okay.
Admiral Aoi.
Aoi.
Let's go check her command action.
Which one?
The command action. No, you know the normal attack.
Oh, this
Command
one.
action.
Yeah.
I have it there. Yeah, so as you can see, this one is triggered. Well, I haven't really written it there, but it's triggered on when she attacks. When we start the attack turn, the turn. So if that was a skill that was applied for a certain number of turns, it would stack with itself, and it would stack. Of course, it stacks with the rest because it doesn't have a category. It doesn't have a category, so it's going to stack with any other attack up. The other part is what I wanted to explain was you're gonna be talking about Sumomo, so just show her already.
Oh yeah,
I'm
I
just
can.
gonna try
Yeah.
use her LB3 to explain something. So this is something that changed recently. Before the latest update that we got, that introduced Seraph Skirmish, the hit count up passives, LB3 passives, did not have a category and did not have that stacking limitation. They added that because Seraph Skirmish has multiple battles and they didn't want people to have to stack the funnel from the
They didn't want
LB3
everyone to
passive
have it
multiple
easy.
times and then just wipe the floor with the last boss. So they didn't want us to do that, so they limited it. They added not only they made it not stack twice, so it only works once and it gets reapplied each time, and they also added like a category for it. So
Yep. So it's a separate category.
it's twice the limitations. But the most important part here is that before the update we got, this particular LB3 passive could stack infinitely. This is what I wanted to talk about, to explain. I feel I've talked too much and I didn't get to the point, but this is what I wanted to explain. LB3 passives, if you have something that starts at the beginning of the battle or at the beginning of the turn and gets applied as a buff that is visible. So in this case, in the case of Final, it's visible around the character until the quality of life. If it gets applied at the start of a battle or at the start of a turn, if a battle have multiple, if some battle content has multiple battles, it will get applied each time and it will count infinitely, like for as many battles you've got. So if you got 4 battles and you don't use up that LB3 passive funnel, you're gonna get it once, twice, thrice, and when you use it on the 4th battle, you got like 4 sets of funnel that will get used all together because it's not limited in stacks. Of course, it's no longer the case in JP, but it is still the case in the English version until they apply this change. So yeah, that's this is just what I want to say. I kind of changed the subject, so you can get back to
Oh yeah.
to what you were talking about.
Well, I mean, the next was Sumomo 3 anyways, which makes her incredible. The fact that she gets this, oops, that's the wrong one. She gets a strong funnel, a large funnel, of 120% potency to put together, right? Because 3 stacks of 40%. I think this actually shifts her up a tier. In fact, either next to Irene. I don't really have Irene, so I can't tell you anything about this, and I don't have an LB3 Sumomo, but there is one difference between the two, which is why Irene was higher than Sumomo originally, was that Irene actually has 100% extra weakness. Like on, so if you look right here, the deals 400% weakness damage. That's actually 500% on Irene, which is why she was up a tier. However, Sumomo gets this nice funnel, which is 120%, right? And it stacks on top of regular funnels, like for instance, if you want to put Union in your team, right? Not if you want to, you probably would have Union in your team. So I personally would punch her up a whole entire tier up. However, I'm unsure if she should be above Irene, but they're kind of neck and neck, per se. And you can also say that it depends on the fight, because Irene actually has a Dispel on her ult, while Sumomo has no Dispel on her ult, right? So just really depends on the fight, but they're kind of neck and neck in that regard. So we'll go.
Yeah, if I could just add one thing about it. You're 100% correct about what you said. They are pretty much equivalent because, like you said, Irene has certain parts on her skill that Shimamo doesn't have, and Shimamo makes up for that with her funnel and HP damage ult bonus.
Mm-hmm. But remember, Sumomo does not have that 30% crit damage, so it's like they're about the same at that point. Now we'll go to Inori 2, another character I like never use. I finally have her. Limit Break 1. Yeah, I'm not using her. But Limit Break 3, she, just like our good friend Irene 2, gets a nice fat 30% crit damage. And just like how mentioned previously, since she is no element, she has no other means of getting crit damage outside of normal crit damage, and that is a very big deal for her. And she also has, if you notice here, if she is charged, she's got that nice 50%. I think she only gets, yeah, so she gets a crit damage, which is going to be crit count. So unfortunately, this part is not as useful because that is not going to be used if you are using Tama 5. But without that, it's still incredibly potent. She is very self-sufficient in that regard. With the 30% crit damage, which is kind of essential to her kit, I do like to want to push her up a tier. So, in fact, unlike the other ones where they get pushed up like to tier 10, she's kind of like the top of 9 due to that fact. Now, I will note one thing. I don't exactly know the full math for it, but at least from my personal experience, I've noticed that the Irene meta girls, so Irene, Sumomo, and then Inori, and the other Irene, they deal really good damage. However, I've always had a lot more value off of using elemental teams still, because at least from what I've noticed, WFS has released more enemies that have much stronger weakness in those particular elements. So like previously, I remember seeing a lot of 150 or 100% like weakness, and slowly over time I'm seeing more like 200, 250, 300%. So because of that, I have noticed that the reason why I like to put these at the top is they can hit everything and anything. However, their main drawback, should I say, not really drawback, but the main thing that of elements is that they are actually making the bosses take more damage from the elements. So the elements kind of like already caught up, if not are like more potent than these girls are. These girls are just good because they can be used anywhere, and they don't need supports to make them be able to be used anywhere comparatively to these other damage dealers. So I just want to like put that little note for everyone from my personal experience, and I don't know the full numbers. Rem might actually know them, but from what I've seen, that is kind of what I got out of them. So just giving a heads up, these girls do need a little bit more love than like Limit Break Zero in order to do their job really well. Comparatively to a lot of elemental teams at the time that these girls are available, that like for instance you can use a Limit Break Zero, let's say Inori, and make her deal just as much damage as a Sumomo in a sense, if Sumomo is like Limit Break 1, just because of that discrepancy. So just a heads up. But outside of that, Inori definitely gets bunched up a tier, because that actually make or breaks the fact if she can break or not, or kill or not. So that is a very big deal. Now we'll go to Irene. And Irene's thing is not that great. So when she's in the front and above 80% DP, she will gain 20% skill attack, and that is additive to enhances. And when you double enhance, it's not that great in terms of value. It's about like about a 10%, I think, increase in damage at best. Maybe it's closer to like 5%, and so it's very minuscule. She does stay in this tier. I will just leave her here, just because there is a giant value in Yuina Limit Break 3, and I'm about to go over that. So if Rem, you wanted to go over either Inori or Irene that I already didn't touch upon, or you disagree with what I placed them, I would like to hear it, because this list is kind of more of a comprehensive list for like not just from my perspective, but from like multiple perspectives. And also Red, if you want to chime in.
Yeah, Irene was only
don't
really
agree
that
with
high.
what you said.
Oh, we can have Red go first, and we can have...
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, Irene 1 was only that high because of her SS2 ult really makes it his better passive, so I don't think he needs to move at all. I don't know much about Inori because I don't have her. Done. Okay.
Okay, Rem, you can go. Give me.
You know, I agree. I agree. I mean, I have nothing else to add, to be honest. It's just, there was someone who asked about her LB3, sometime the original SS LB3. When compared to her SS2's LB3, it's really negligible. It's not useful. It's not just as useful. So I wouldn't really say that her LB3 is useful. Generally, if you want to use if you want to use Irene for her reworked X skill post, not reworked, yeah, reworked post evolution, it's we don't really have LB3 to make the most of it, because it's not gonna add much. 20% attack up is just not as juicy as her critical damage, 30% critical damage up for my LB3, from my SS2, so it's negligible. I have nothing else to add regarding Inori. You already said everything.
Okay.
My opinion is the same as Irene SS2 regarding her LB3.
Okay. Well, our favorite girl, honestly, she's one of the unisons that, man, when I read her kit, I was like, oh man, she is really good, because she will make any team that is, like, she's hard to replace in a sense that, if you have more, like, characters, that are strong, she is just that much stronger. So, in a way, you can say the more whale you are, the better she is. Her LB3 passive is that she will lower her SP cost by 2, and that is only when she's in extra turn, right? That means that she is able to pop her 7 SP cost extra turn, and then she can actually use it again for 5 SP. Or she can use her ult for 13 SP instead of 15, Or in this case, if I'm not mistaken, because I don't have her Limit Break 3 yet, she's only Limit Break 2, but she will make this skill because it goes down half and it rounds down to 7 SP when she's in an extra turn.
Yeah.
She will now cost 5, if I'm not mistaken, Rem.
That's correct.
Yes. So that combo of 7 for an extra turn for your whole Vanguard, and the fact that she can do an AoE like overdrive gaining of 10 hits, have a good amount of blasting because you can see this destruction rate. It's decent. It's not the greatest, but it's decent. She is a monster in that regard. So because of that, this S minus SP2 combo is incredible. You can either have her as a damage dealer, and she can be only at 20 SP instead of 22, which means you don't need overdrive to actually pull off this combo. Or you can do some weird shenanigans, especially for like CT, where you can just spam this skill. That really nets her at least a tier up, and I wouldn't even argue against putting her higher. However, because this is more of a damage side thing, and we actually have her for utility over here, this is just more so gauging if you're going to use it as a damage dealer. So I'll only note her as a 1 step higher tier 9 rather than like a tier 10, right, in this case. So that is my personal take of Yuina 4. If Red or Rem have anything to add, or you guys think that she should like be moved higher or lower, like be my guest, and I may be convinced and we can move her. So this time we could start with Rem, if Rem is available, if he wants to mention something.
No. I mean, honestly, even though I even though I use the crazy amount of SSPs through SS charts to raise her to LB3, because I only pulled her at LB0, I really don't use her enough to have any opinion on this.
Okay.
Like I say that even though I spent yesterday night trying to do that 1 turn challenge for that for chapter 4
Kappa? Kappa's thing?
with her, yeah, it was with her. So I like I've seen her skill a bit too much. I'm a bit sick of it.
Red, you have any thoughts?
I'm only really familiar with her as a utility unit, not a damage dealer.
Oh man,
So I don't believe any comments in this regard.
she is incredible
just
as a
think
damage dealer.
That LB3 passive is my favorite in the game. It's so much fun. I like it on any unit.
I think it's
Just
good
skills
on certain
competent
characters, but for her, it's incredible. Okay, now we are on tier 8s. I think it'll be a lot faster once we get down more, because there's a bunch that are, yeah, kind of yikes. Union 1. So, Union 1... Oh man, by the way, random note, but when people were typing Ying Ying, I had no idea who the... was saying. And then I learned that's what they have in EN, and I was like wanting to bash a window open. Random note. Anyways, her.
So Yun. You can still say Yun. It's still accurate.
I know Yun. It is an attack buff one, right? So she will not back. She will buff her buff potencies, which is incredible because, well, this is a fat 90. Of course, you can skill this up to level 13, unlike any other, one of these buffs. She's, I think, the only one who can buff potency to level 13 for a normal skill enhance, which is nuts. I can't even wait to see what happens if she gets a skill upgrade. It goes up level 17. I don't want to know what they do to this skill. But all you have to understand is this actually makes it so then she can increase the buff potency, if I'm not mistaken, by a solid like 60%, though it's like additively to your buffs. So it's incredibly powerful. and that, like, I have used her, and I really value her a lot. In fact, I use her more often than I do Union LB1. Union S Max LB. And so, like, I personally, from my experience and everything, kind of slot her in as kind of like either right next to, if not, like, I can even personally argue that that is more powerful than Union 2 LB3. And I wouldn't be like, I wouldn't think it's weird to place her not in the same tier, right? Any thoughts from Red and Rem, or, you know, anyone else who would like to chime in?
I have her LB3. I use it on basically every single team ever. It's incredible.
Yep.
Definitely the single style I've used more than any other style in all of HBR.
Now, we can move to Seika 2. I did put her up here. You can, you know, depending on how powerful you think she is, she's kind of borderline between these two tiers. She also has
The exact same LB3.
the same exact LB3, resourceful, increases her buff potency. So this is also incredibly powerful for her kit. However, I would never use her over a Union Max LBS style that has, you know, Union SS1. Even if she was Max L, I mean not Max, but LB3, and that passive. And thus, I do think it does deserve a boost up, but I don't think she gets a massive boost like Union does, because it is not a level 13 skill that she's getting buffed. It's just a level 10. And the other good part of her, which is why she definitely gets a bump up, is if you actually use her in like dungeon or something like that, doping will actually also, Ian's P burst, my bad, will actually get a nice bonus to that as well. So she's actually very potent in dungeon due to that. I don't use her anymore in dungeon because there are much better options, notably Kozue 3. But yeah, Koju is a much better option, but I still would value that, and I think she actually deserves a tier up into top of 8, but like way behind the unions at this point. I feel like I don't really need too much extra on that one. I don't think it's a hard stretch to say any of those. So we'll go on to Tsukasa 3, where she gets another resourcefulness, one of the great ones. Everyone's happy, clap clap. So at least back when she first came out, this Limit Break 3 is incredibly potent for her, because there was a lack of characters who can provide themselves with light attack up, or if they were a damage dealer, or they can give allies light attack up. Nowadays it's less of a thing and less of a problem, because Yotsune 2 exists, and there's other characters who can kind of not like, they can like buff themselves or something along those lines. You're more so kind of using her for her field more than anything else, and it costs kind of a massive 13 SP at this point. And so there is a little bit less use of this light attack up. Granted, it depends on your team. So if you don't have Yotsune 2, or if you don't have certain characters or whatever, this is definitely a lot, like, it's definitely very potent, but I personally don't feel like that is potent enough that she actually should mark herself into like bottom of tier 9 next to a Limit Break 3 Union 2 that also has Union 1's ult. I'm guessing Rem hasn't used her in a really long time, so probably has not much to say about her because Light's been so weak. But if he has any thoughts, then of course, I think, you know, we'll start with Rem and then we can go to Red.
I'm busy fixing my mess on the site, so I wasn't following what you were talking about.
Oh,
Was it about
yeah.
SS3?
So we're talking about Scassa SS3. She gets the nice buff up thing, but her EX doesn't really get affected by that, and you're usually mostly using her for this. As Yotsun 2, if you have her, will kind of like take over this buff, and they're all more potent characters that you could use. It's still useful, but I don't think it's personally enough to punch her up a tier.
She's kind of a weird case that she got the LB3 passive, but she can hardly make efficient use of it. She can honestly, if her SS2 was introductible, it would have made her avoid that passive so much better, but it's not.
Yeah.
So
honestly, if they give her SS2 this, imagine if her SS2 had this. Oh man.
If SS2 had that, whoa. Oh, it could have been amazing.
Instead, she gets. What is this?
Yeah, they got the old LB3 treatment, passive treatment. So this is part of the old
Even
batch
after
of
getting
LB3
buffed.
passives.
Imagine.
Yeah. So yeah, but LB3 for its history is not really all that useful. She's one of the buffers that I got to LB3 very easily. Like she just kept coming. It just kept coming my way, but I never really got to use her LB3 much. Like it's good. It's good if you have a light team. It's good if you really like your light team and are going to be using Tsukasa light buff often. But aside from that, it's just not the same as the other buffer that got that passive.
Red, you have any thoughts on this, or you're kind of on the same boat?
Yeah, lack of synergy with her ult kind of kills this LB3 for her. She still gets a little bit of use out of it, but in general it probably doesn't change where she's placed.
Yeah. She's still really good, guys, but like it's kind of like in a different place. Now we're gonna go to Adele 4. Man, I wish I had her. She doesn't come home. Adele 4. So she will now, if she starts in the front line, if she's in the front line, she will actually increase her destruction rate. Now, if you didn't know her kit, her destruction rate is actually one of the lower ones out of blasters, and it makes sense because her skill does a lot. So you have, party fire attack up, party fire crit damage, really potent buffs. You don't really need the crit because, well, someone else can provide it. And the destruction rate is kind of puny, mostly because, well, she just does too much otherwise. And this one is just like, hey, we can have a little bit more destruction rate on her kit, but does that make her more potent? Personally, from what I've seen, though I do not use her because I don't have her, from my understanding, she's less on using her for her devastation, destruction, whatever, and more so for her fire attack up and fire crit damage up. And so I think it's a kind of a lack of synergy, though I don't know how much people actually use her for destruction. So if anyone, if Rem or Red, you guys actually have her, how often do you guys actually use her for destruction? And I think that would actually change where she's placed on the tier list, if she's actually used for that or not.
I don't have her, so I can't comment.
Rem, do you
I haven't really used her much. I can't say. Let me just go back to her quickly again to Adele.
Yeah. So she just has.
Yeah.
Like I think she's mostly used for this and not her destruction. Where her LB3 passive is increasing destruction.
That one is good for her
her buffs.
For her main use, which is obviously the destruction rate, the devastation rate. So her LB2 is actually it's in synergy with what she does best. Like I know you placed her on the on the utility side as well. But
Oh, I did?
when it comes to her utility side, yeah, when it
Oh, no, I
you
didn't.
placed her earlier, I believe she's in the I
I don't think I did.
She wasn't there at all.
No.
Wasn't she
I
there?
left her here because like everyone who's on this side, I
Okay.
don't place them in
I-
multiple places because it's just too many characters at this point.
Okay, I think I just dreamed of you wasn't there. I didn't think, and I thought she was in there, but okay. Yeah.
No.
So when it comes to Adult LB3, yeah, it's in synergy with what she does best, which is maxing devastation rate and dealing more damage with that. So if you're gonna go for Adele, you definitely want that. It's kind of the same as her Adele, her second assess.
So is
Not her
she
second or
often
third.
used to
Let me
break
check.
the
Yeah.
enemy then?
Watch it. Can you repeat?
Is she often used to break DP?
Well, she's Adele's best used, and if some people, if Red remembers, like Adele's best use is to break the enemy and to one-shot the enemy.
Well,
So,
yes, but this is
she-
Adele Fire, right? Which is like weak potential, doesn't
She's
get her
she's
bonus.
much weaker, but yeah, you actually make a great point. Yeah, for this
Right?
particular style, it's not as full. It's not.
So-
She's not used to
Yeah,
one-shot
I
enemies.
think
yeah.
this one
It's-
is mostly the fire one version is mostly used for her fire attack up and fire crit damage rather than her destruction. I
I want to say that actually it's her the best threat of her of that SS is actually the base skill.
yeah, this skill, yeah, this one.
Yeah,
That's
if
really
you want to use her for the buffs, honestly, anyone who wants to use fire team is not gonna use her for. He's not gonna bring it over. He's gonna bring someone else to for the buffs. Because like you know how critical it is to have to have the right growth ability affinity.
Mm-hmm.
Like this one is increased skill damage. It's not skill. It's not increased attack buffs. So she doesn't really grant a buff that is going to be the level of buffs that can be granted by, for example, the other one, which was who was the other one who had that body
Oh, this one?
body attack.
Oh, this one's
Which no, which SS had the party fire attack up? I can't remember.
fire attack up?
No, not hers, not hers. Yeah, but not hers. The you talked about it earlier.
Yotsun?
My memory is failing me.
Hey, Yotsun?
Which? Yeah, her. Yeah. So if someone is gonna be bringing a fire team, they're not gonna bring fire Adele for the skills. Even though it's handy because she does two things in one. Usually those are gonna use fire team will just bring yourself.
I mean, there's a lot of people recently have been bringing Adele 4 because she's faster, right? You can get your buffs out faster, whatever. The main issue is that it requires your DPS to not be limit break 0, right? They have to be at least 1 before, like, because like Yotsun, her thing is her buffs are way more potent, so she can definitely allow your limit break 0s to actually kill, to actually get high scores, like 1 mil. But Adele does not really allow you to do that. And
honestly,
and her limit break 3, I think, like, does it really synergize with this part of her kit when she actually, if she uses it for this part of the kit? I don't know how
typically
important that is, but I can see a world where
typically it's gonna depend. Yeah, it's gonna depend on when you use her actually. Like if you're gonna use her after you break the enemy, then yeah, it might be good. But typically what we like to do is to just one shot the enemy. But if you're not gonna be able to one shot the enemy and you have her, that LB3 is worth it because it's gonna boost the devastation rate.
But like I still don't think that's enough to put her in like a tier that's next to Union 2.
It's not, It's not.
So now we'll go to Yotsun 2, which unlike Yotsun 1 has a terrible passive. In fact, I just want to leave her there and not talk about it.
I want to cry. I cry when I think about her.
So
at
Yotsun
LB3.
2,
both her.
Okay,
the other
Yotsun
one.
2 is one of the saddest supports. She has so much potential for greatness, and then they said no, we don't want her to be good. First off, limit break. Her ult, right? the main part of that is that she can give hit count, but it's the weakest funnel. It's only 3. Everyone else gives 5 and 10%. She's the one who gives 3. I don't know why. And when they said they're gonna buff characters, buff styles, I expected her to be one of them. I expected this to turn to 5 hits. They never did it. So very sad. And then her limit break 3, she needs to be over 80% DP and in the back, which is, most likely where she's going to be anyways. And then increases frontline's light skill attack by 18%, which is really puny. So I don't think I need insight from everyone else here, but she doesn't move. She just kind of stays there. Chie 3, I think it's another one of those -2s, right? No, she isn't. So on during extra turn, her buffs, her skill enhances go up by 30%, which is much higher than 25% you're used to seeing. The main thing is that she's only getting that for one skill alone, which is her ice attack up. Very nice, very potent, very important for her kit. The main issue with her kit personally, that I kind of have a weird feeling about, it has a trade-off. One is it has hits damage, which means when you level up the skill, the ice attack up does not go up. And that is kind of an issue in my opinion, and this kind of somehow makes up for it a little bit, but I don't think it's enough to make her super prominent. But hey, if someone were to argue with me, does that make her better than Yotsun? I think it does. And so I would gladly either make them swap places. If not, Chie would be in the same tier as Adele and Tsukasa, and I don't think that's wrong to state as well, that I am actually comfortable placing her in one tier higher, and I think that Limit Break 3 actually kind of helps her a lot. And Ice is kind of having a hard time if you don't have her anyways. So that is my take on Chie. The famous Lolita. If anyone add thoughts, that's, you're up for it, but otherwise I'll move forward.
Yeah, I just add that compared to similar styles that also get elemental attack up potency, she doesn't have really any competition in that regard. So she's always going to have the strongest ice attack up, even with not having a level up bonus on it. So she just doesn't have that competition.
Now to one of my favorites, Maki. Maki 1. Oh boy. They really did it this time. Limit Break 3. She gets funnel. Strong funnel. Useful for dungeon. Useful for arts battle. Useful for those little smaller fights where you don't want to use your EX skills to kill and real fast. You can also use her for destruction, though you don't really have to use her for that, and those extra hits will become potent, as if you can look right here, 21.75 if she has charge, and you can just kind of get the funnel, and that potency is even higher, right? So it's really powerful in that regard. And as you can tell, she also, just like Mia before, gets 2-turn fragile and 2-turn defense down. Unlike Mia, she does not have a reduction on SP, so that could be a slight issue. But this funnel, I think, really kind of nets her at least a leg up, that I would actually put her in the bottom of tier 9. Red and Rem, we can start with Red. You have any thoughts on that?
Yeah, it's hard to imagine any style that wouldn't move up a tier from having that LB3. It's really, really good.
Yeah, it's whenever we have to talk about Final LB3 passive, it's just too good. It's Like right now, when we are at this early stage of Enver, that LB3 is too precious. Same can be said of I think you'll talk about her later, of Karen.
Hmm?
One, yep.
Oh, for Sumomo? We talked about Sumomo earlier. Who had it?
No, not Samamo. I was talking about Karen.
Oh, Karen? Yeah, we don't have
Karen
Karen
was
yet.
for a
She's down here
long
for now.
time. Yeah, I know. So it just since we were talking about
Yeah.
LV3 that LV3 passive, Karen for a long time, I never know. I still use her in my dungeon, my dungeon squad.
Oh yeah, if you haven't seen my tier dungeon tab,
LV3,
okay?
yeah,
For
it's
EN, okay? We have the whale team. This is it. Have fun, guys. Um, SS1
yeah,
LB3 only. SS1 LB3 only. This is the whale team, and you will enjoy your life in dungeon. Have fun.
yeah.
Now, usually I make more like like free-to-play friendly teams, but I've had a lot of complaints on telling me, oh man, but is there like better options, blah blah blah, and so I added your favorite whale team. And other than that, I have all other potential uses that you can bring, which is nice. I'm just saying, if you really want a whale team, there you go. Knock yourself out.
I'm surprised you didn't put a team that includes what's their name? It includes Wacky 3.
Oh, it does not. I mean,
Wacky 3.
Waki 3. Oh, this one?
Wacky
Oh,
3.
well, no, that's because
Yeah.
this is EN
That's for
only,
global.
dude. EN only.
Oh,
Yeah,
sorry.
EN
I
only.
And she
didn't
doesn't
figure.
have
I
enough
didn't
or S
see.
style
It
that
would
can
just
stick
say
to the top, yeah.
lonely.
Yeah, I'm not putting. I'm gonna add characters to the list as they get released or whatever. But like, this is your premium, current whale, tier list for. I mean, not tier list. Whale comp for tier dungeon that's coming up. You can knock yourself out with this team. Uh,
Yeah, that's actually spot on.
so there's a couple
It's
people who
too strong.
like want to min max or whatever. Yeah, knock yourself out. Beautiful team. But yeah, anyone who has that passive, amazing for dungeon, amazing for arts battle when it comes out. Ew. And so that's
Frankly, you'll just find a use for it in any battle you bring them to, even if it's
Exactly.
not ideal. It's just good.
So she definitely moves
Even
up
if
to
it's
tier
3 hits
9
of overdrive.
because you can use her in multiple places, multiple things. Granted, this is also adding the fact that she is part of this utility support and whatever. It's just that I don't want to fly her everywhere just because if I did that, then there'd be like 30 of everyone in here. It's not feasible. So we'll go to Isuzu now. And Isuzu 2, one of my favorites to use because she is just really fun. It has nothing to do with how good she is, even though she's really good. It's a lot to do with that, like, she's just fun to use. She makes DP basically butter and not exist. And her Limit Break 3 will increase her defense down potential by 25%. And that is really, really stupid with her kit because she can not only do a regular defense down, but also DP defense down, which is just defense down that applies only on defense and not on HP. If she's Limit Break 3, not only does she get to be not just the 80%, it'll go probably up to the 140%, and then add the 25%. You can stack this twice, and yeah, nearly anyone can break that DP. If you also use her as your fire defense down by using one of her other skills, so AoE fire defense down, or which skill is it? Is it this one? Yeah, this one. Your regular fire defense down. You see how like it's very synergistic with her kit, that it wouldn't just push her one, maybe even two, right? 2 tiers. Like it's crazy how powerful she is, and even recently, she's been given the potential to give to add AoE fragile to her team. Granted, it is ASP, it is pretty costly, but yeah. So this is just kind of one of those things. I personally will need to add another another extra bit here to debuffers, because she will kind of sit next to these girls. I'm actually a believer that at Limit Break 3, she is basically like Mia tier, Mia 2 tier. She is incredibly potent. She really jumps up because you can, if you use her even on a fire team, granted I did not put an elemental because you can really just use her in a normal team and it's fine. She's incredibly potent with Limit Break 3. Granted, mine is not Limit Break 3, but like, oh man, I've seen people use her at Limit Break 3 and it's insane. Any thoughts from Rem?
I pass. Like I've heard nothing of you, so nothing of what you said. Goes too badly with myself with the updating stuff on the site.
Oh,
Which SS were we talking about?
Isuzu
Sorry,
2,
Isuzu?
and she gets
Yeah, I don't wanna talk
a
I don't wanna
defense
talk
down.
about it. I don't want to talk about it. I'm still traumatized from having to just spark her when I just come back from my month of break from Edmund Burns Road. Yeah, no, but yeah, that LB3 is a no-brainer.
Yeah, she is incredibly potent, super strong, like bloated kit. I don't think anyone can argue that she really kind of just deserves this spot next to Mia, because that's how potent her debuffs get. It's super ridiculous. You get 3 different debuffs. Being able to use that passive instead of just like everyone else maybe has like 1 skill, it's 3 different debuffs. That is wild. And so she really gets pushed up to that tier 9. Past Maki, you can even argue like past Mia, but like honestly, I think sitting next to Mia is where they should sit, right? Next we go to Megu. Megu Limit Break 3. Oh boy, another monster. Unless, oh, by the way, I didn't give Red a chance to speak, but like if Red, if you wanted to add anything, or if you like
For Isuzu?
Isuzu, yeah.
I just add that since she does AoE defense down, she doesn't actually get the demerit of being weaker potency from that because she doesn't have damage on her skill, which means she
That's
gets
true.
single target potency defense down on an AoE skill, which is nuts.
Yep.
She double dips on the ultimate for her LB3. She's just like one of the most high value LB3s in the game along with Tama.
Yeah. Okay. Well, next we'll go to Megu 3. So this skill, I feel like it always changes. I don't know if it's just me. Sometimes I look at it, she gets this defense down one, and sometimes I look at it and yeah, I must be dreaming, because there was a time when I looked at it and I was so sure that it said 25% more defense down. I can't wrap my head around it. I don't know what's going on. But yeah, anyways, she is very potent. Her like this passive, just like Aina's, not the most incredible, mostly because she is part of a fire team in this case, and it's additive to her defense down. I personally don't think it really adds her to her kit, outside the fact that she can have a much easier time breaking. So she can be your breaker, not breaker, but like your DP. I guess you could just call it DP breaker. Not breaker class, but DP breaker. So very potent. Does this move her up a tier? I don't really think so, just because it is just a very weak defense down additive. So I am more inclined to keep her where she's at. We're gonna go to Megu 5. Is this 5 now? Oh, it is 5. And she gets the crazy 25% defense down. The crazy part of her kit really is that she frees up Shadow from having to use any SP for defense down, and makes her her AoE defense down from being as powerful as just AoE to nearly as powerful as a single target defense down. In fact, it is very potent in that regard. And so, honestly, with all of her kit and that 25% defense down thing added to her kit, remember, you can also use her as a regular defense downer if you really need to, as you can see here, right? And if you do that, that actually makes that even more potent, to the point that I actually think she deserves to be in tier 9 instead of tier 8 in this case. Any thoughts on that, Red?
No, everything I agree with.
Okay. Well,
She goes up.
she go up. Wow, Meguso was my favorite character. Maybe I'm just being who I am. Now we have Miko. Yay! I like her kit too, honestly. She gets the the fun -2 SP cost on extra turn. Why is that nice? Well, her EX skill is 10 SP. She can put down a defense down for light, a fragile, and then go into an extra turn. That means that she can now, instead of using 20 SP to cast that twice, she only needs the 18. This skill does not really work off of this -2 SP, although it does make that skill from like 5 to like 3 SP if you're going to really use it on an extra turn, which is not really the case. Granted, this extra turn can be abused if you use Yuina 4. So, very potent, very strong, but does it really raise her up the list? And honestly, these type of passives are very, very strong. She can also bring a defense down, right? And it only costs 2 SP if she does if she really wanted to, right? She can just do like this skill twice and then a 2 SP defense down. Your Union also does maybe like 1 defense down or something, and boom, you have all the debuffs you need. And it's very, very cheap because that full thing is 20 SP total. That does not require you very much of anything. If you just pop OD1, you can just do it easily. If you didn't have it, you cannot do it at OD1, if I'm not mistaken. No, so you can do it at OD1, but you need full SP. So would that punch her up a tier? I personally think it does. Granted, I'm unsure if I want to put her right next to Megu, so I personally would put her up a tier, though not exactly next to Megu just yet. Just in case Isuzu is a better pick for that. Red, do you have any thoughts on that? And Rem, if Rem is like
one
listening.
thing to add, which is that you mentioned she can stack all of those debuffs with Overdrive 1, but with her LB3 she can stack almost all of those without any Overdrive at all, because she uses her ultimate. She uses her ultimate again for 18 SP, then the next turn she can apply Def Down, and that is 2 stacks light defense down, 2 stacks fragile, 1 stack defense down, not in an extra turn, so any DPS can benefit from that.
Yep.
And that's with no Overdrive.
Yeah, so
that's probably the most debuffs you can stack with one unit without Overdrive.
Yep.
Which is nuts. It's
Nuts.
very good.
So
It's so fast.
It is. It's lovely. We're gonna go to Isuzu. Isuzu has increases the duration of debuff by 1 turn. So her debuffs are already 2 turns long. They become 3 turns. Her fragile becomes 2 turns. This is, I think, the most important part, to be honest, is that fragile becomes 2 turns, because quite honestly, this being 3 turns doesn't really add much to her kit. But the fact that her fragile can go to 2 turns is kind of nice. I don't know, I feel like it's a little unfortunate that she doesn't have methods to decrease her SP costs, because if you really look at the numbers, if she really wanted to fire off her whole kit. And you have to use her whole kit for all your both defense downs plus your fragile. She needs OD3 plus she needs 20 SP starting, which is kind of difficult to get nowadays if you're really trying to do the like speed, the speed strat. Yeah, that's kind of my take on this. Does this make her better? I don't think it really changes her kit too much outside the fact that your fragile is now 2 turns, but really when I've used her, I haven't felt like I was like, oh man, I wish her, her AoE fragile was 2 turns. Because of that, I am not inclined to move her personally. But I will move her here because it looks prettier that way. Okay, we go to Aoi. Aoi 3. And our resident best single target thunder damage dealer. Her limit break 3, as you can see here, it makes it so then she will now deal 50% more damage if she's at full totem. And that makes up for her lack of 50% HP modifier on her kit. Yeah, that's kind of it. I would like to ask Rem real quick. Rem, are you still there? I just want to make sure.
I'm not paying attention. Can you repeat?
Yeah. Yeah. Don't worry. I didn't say anything yet. I just want to make sure that this self-attack increase per totem is in fact additive to regular enhances.
It is.
Yeah.
It's separate, so.
But they're on the same equation, right? The same part of the equation, right? So if I bring this part up, it is part of this list because it's part of the passive, if I'm mistaken.
Yeah, it's just like it's just additional. Like it's just like how the HP damage dealt increase works or DP damage dealt increase works. It's just the same thing.
Yeah.
It's just that it's an overall increase.
Okay. Yep. So it doesn't really change too much. And as a defender, it doesn't really help her defend. So, does she really move? No. I think that's kind of like an easy take. Of course, if we talk about damage, she will move. She is over here, so like don't worry about that. She just doesn't move as how useful she is as a defender, right? Blocking damage for the team. I guess we'll run through all the Aois, right? Aoi 1. She gets Never Say Die. What this does is if she gets broken, she will get a full DP revive on herself. I've never had an issue of her breaking DP, and if she did, she was dead. I don't find this very useful, but like maybe early game for EN players or for like early game people, it might be useful, but I haven't found a use for this.
Just something to add about this one. I did have it proc a few times when I was actively using her original style, like in both in the original version and the English version. It just you need to note that this it says it clearly in the description, but you need to note that if she gets broken and the enemy is attacking again, like if you have multiple actions in the same turn, she's not gonna regain her shield until the next turn. So
yeah, so
it's not as useful as it sounds.
Yeah, so it's not like she breaks and then she instantly gets back. She breaks, she has to wait until it's her turn again, and then she can revive half of it back. Yeah, it's not exactly that useful. I don't value that enough to push her up a tier. She can stay where she's at. Now we go to Idol Aoi. And she gets a overdrive gauge of 5%. Now, I did mention earlier that it was very useful for Kozue to have this. She got a boost up because it synergizes with her kit, and the fact that she can survive. Yeah, so she doesn't need the survival at all. And it gives just a 5% overdrive gauge. You don't really want her up in the front and then you're like, oh, I'm going to use her for battery. Like, it's a little weird. It's like that weird utility phase. I don't find that valuable enough to actually bump her up a tier. She's really just kind of strong because she has a defense buff up for 4 turns for your fire allies, which is incredibly potent. I'm one of the few like JP players I actually know that really love this passive, just because I can like face tank some crazy like turn 1 to 3 damage, which does actually occur on some bosses. Incredibly potent for that. But outside of that, yeah, this passive does not really make her that much better. So I wouldn't want to move her at all. Red, if you wanted to note anything.
Nope, you know that style better than I do, so I'll go with what you say.
Well, we're going to Mua, my favorite healer who is sad because healers are just out of the meta right now, for the most part, because everyone can just heal. Feels bad. Her limit break 3 is that when she's in the front line, everyone heals 7% DP. It's okay. Huh. Oh, I see that. Yeah. It's okay. It's not that potent. It's not that useful. I don't think it really changes her as a healer. She's gonna be in the front anyways. Sure, she can heal a little bit of DP and stuff, but it doesn't really bump her up a tier. It's not really that important for her kit. So I will move forward with that because I honestly don't. Unless someone really wants to say otherwise, I don't think so. And her limit break 3 for her second version is just the same thing, but she's in the back. This one's a little bit more useful, but I don't think it would punch her to be, above Mua herself, because the main problem is if you have a limit break 3 Mua 2, it's kind of weird. You waste a lot of those defensive stats you would have like been utilizing, and you're putting her in the back where she's not getting hit. Kind of a stupid move. So I would just kind of leave her there. Tama. So Tama 3. I've never seen her LB3 actually. She gets the same thing as Sharo. DP above 80. And 18% Thunder Skill. Those passives are kind of bland enough for me to tell everyone that, yeah, they don't move when they have those. I don't think there's a single character that's useful that has those. Like, it's useful enough to pump them up a tier. We're going to Yuina 4. And Yuina 4 is just what we talked about earlier, except for now we're just talking about her utility. The fact that her SP costs are now reduced. From 7 to 5, or from like the for her ult, or for extra turns. Clearly this does at least bring her up a tier. Would that make it higher than Aina 1? Personally, I think so, in terms of utility. And that's just because, sure, Aina 1 can get you that OD, and it's really nice. The fact that extra turns are so massive and can get you OD, and it's going to be 7 SP, and then you can use it for 5, is incredibly potent, to the point that I actually want to bump Yuina into the spot that Aina was in, right? Just to note that Aina is stronger. Yuina is stronger in this case. You like what I did here, by the way, Red?
With both the curves being exactly the same.
Yeah, her main use is her mastery skill. She's not moving because her LB3 doesn't add anything to her kit, really. That's important. We're going to go Waki 3. One of Rem's favorites. At least back in the day when Thunder was super strong. Rem loved Waki 3. I still don't have her level limit break 3 yet, so very sad times.
I love her.
You love her, yeah. I mean, I really want her LV3, but we'll go over what her limit break 3 is, and then we'll know how much more powerful she gets out of it, which is really goddamn powerful. So she gets, just like Tama, 5 SP up if she's in the front. That's incredible. Not only is incredible because SP up is, SP increase is always good, but you can now utilize another part of her kit that it was much harder to utilize before. Her common skill, where she can now, she can donate 6 SP to an ally. This is massive for her because she already gets 5 extra, so she might as well just move it to someone else if she can. That makes it so she's not just an attacker damage dealer, but she can actually just abuse this to give it to, like, let's say Yunyun, and now S Yunyun can use ult twice in a row, right? For instance, which you could never have done, right, before. So very important stuff. Not only that, but if you really want to be able to use her EX skill as soon as possible, you can, and that makes her really potent. So if Rem wants to touch upon her, because I know Rem really liked Waki 3, he can go ahead, but for my opinion, I think that does net her into the tier of tier 9, which there seems like there's not much space. If I were to put her, kind of gauge her, would she be with Yuina or Aina? I think she's more closer to Yuina tier than Aina tier. Kozue tier, I'm unsure where I would kind of leave them, to be honest, and I don't think it'd be weird to put, I think actually Yuina is better than Waki 3 is in terms of utility support, but if Rem kind of thinks otherwise, then he can take the spotlight.
I've got nothing to add about it. Her LB3 allows her to, utility-wise, when it comes to support, it allows her to provide support with her dedicated gift skill and the SP battery skill faster. I mean, we can, next to that, we can use it twice in the first 2 turns. So, yeah, I agree with what you said. There's nothing else to it.
Okay, Yuki 6. I put in utility because of hacking, because hacking is so strong. I personally am in love with Yuki 6. I've been using her so much. But for her, she actually increases the debuff duration, and is an odd one because she only has one, 2 real debuffs, and they're both 2 turns each. It's not I don't think it's useful for her. I don't think just making it from 2 turns to 3 turns is a big deal, personally. If it was just 1 turn, I think it would be a very potent one and you'd knock her up a tier. I personally think she just shouldn't move. As a utility support, she does her job very well, and I don't think anyone argues on that. And this debuff duration increase really doesn't help her kit, because you're probably going to be hitting them on the turn 2 anyways. There aren't many play times where you're like, oh man, I wish she was LB3 in order to get that. So it's mostly, I wish she was LB3 so she can kill. So she doesn't move in utility, and we can move all these girls where they deserve to be, which is just not really a tier up, but just moved off to the side here. So yay, we're done with that section, and we're gonna go off to the damage dealers in the same tier, tier 8, and we're gonna start with Aoi. Again, she shows up. She definitely gets knocked up A tier because that potency increase is actually higher than most. So we'll go back to Aoi real quick, right? Just so you see it. She will give her self 5% more skill damage, and it stacks up to 10 times. So it's 50%. If you get any other attacker or damage dealer, right? You will notice that, let's see, we had some weird attackers recently. They will get increase of 25%. So it's actually double of what everyone else is getting, which is actually why I place her at least A tier up. She is very potent with that comparatively to other damage dealers. We don't really move too much just because they're limit break 3 because of like just with their passive alone. So I personally would net her into tier 9 because it's a very potent passive. However, not enough to be like a top of tier 9, but kind of like the bottom half of tier 9. Red, if you have any words.
No, that's a really good LB3 passive on a really good damage dealer. She should move up. That's
Okay.
good.
Well, we're gonna go to Ruka real quick. We just saw her earlier in here. Okay, maybe I didn't. I was stupid. Oh, there she is. Never mind. She gets being in front line increases skill attack by 20%. Not very useful for her per se because, well, actually she gets already a buff where she has my brain mind's eye. Then she'll get 15% more skill attack. She also gets one where she will increase her potency for her debuffs by 25%, which is insane. And this 20% is just a minor little addition. So I don't think she really houses anything. She does not move. She just kind of sits still in tier 8. 20% is much lower than you saw earlier, the 25%. So I don't think there's a debate that she really doesn't move. Adele 3. So Adele's, man, they're just busted. She gets 25% more skill attack, right? So 25% more skill attack, really good for her. In fact, she is the top like dark damage dealer, and she really works well with that. That definitely pushes her at least above Ruka because of like how potent that is alone. But I don't think by a lot. I don't think it's enough to push her up a tier personally, just because it's just 25% rather than like always 50%, which is insane. It does do one gigantic thing for her though, is that if you try to kill from DP, you can break earlier, which means that you'll have more hits. Like let's say if you have that passive, you'll break, let's say on like the second hit, or maybe the third hit instead of like the fourth hit. And that will then increase your destruction rate by quite significantly. So I would value it to that degree, that it is potent with that, that like some could argue that she should get punched up a tier because of it. Which now I'm looking at that argument, I think I'm going to put her up in tier because it actually makes sense. So for now, we punch her up a tier. Any thoughts, Red?
Nope, that sounds right to me.
Okay.
I just think it's like a little bit odd that they didn't give her the destruction rate increase again.
Hey,
LB3
I'm
like
just
they did
saying.
with her ice version.
Her ice
I don't know why.
version is
It's like a weird change.
incredible. We're going there next anyways because, well, it's next. She gets a 30% destruction rate. That
You had it right the first time, don't worry.
I don't care, man. My brain is like fried, dude. She already is potent, 21.71 destruction, and now it's just gonna become 30% more. She'll break, and then with that passive, any boss that has like 999, you can easily hit like 700, 800% destruction. right off her ult if you have used her funnel twice. I have seen it. I have not done it because I don't have Relevant Break 3, and I wish I did. Incredibly potent. Increases damage way more than his 25% does. To the point that, like, you know what? Like, I think she deserves that spot here, right? Like, right next to, right in between, just because of that's how powerful that is, right? So, that's my take on it. I think Rem chimed in earlier about that, so not much to really go over on that. And if Red has anything else he wants to say, then, like, you know, by all means. But this is kind
She's really, really good.
So
She makes all other blasters look like a joke when she's doing her stuff. It's kind of fun.
yeah, I mean, they are a joke. Oh, funny note. Since we're on the topic of Adele's, so you know how like Adele 3 cheats, right? With her
Yep.
her ult. Okay, I found another cheat for her. So I did some digging, right? Remember this little list I made?
Yeah.
Okay. I want you to look at this, okay? So, here's the thing, okay? Elemental condition if met, okay? Adele 2 and Adele 3, there is plus 1.5, where all other single targets that are blasters is only 0.1. I mean, it's 1.0. Sorry, it's 1.5 and 1.0. She's a
They
cheater.
just get like extra potency for no reason.
Yeah.
Okay, that's pretty funny.
It's insane.
It feels
so
like it.
AOE, by the way, AOE gets one. AOE, right? Who are the same thing as her, right? Get 1.5. Okay. And rightfully so, because their multiplier is really bad, actually. Okay, that they actually kind of require that. So single target is 1.0. Adele is 1.5. That's cheating, dude. Like, what do you mean? So they love Adele. That's all I'm gonna say. Okay. Dev team loves Adele. It's just silly. So now we're gonna go to AOE. Man, we love AOE. Ichigo 2. By the way, I did not touch upon Yuki because, well, we touched upon her earlier and she doesn't increase her damage. So we're passing on that. Ichigo 2. She gets a frontline fire attack up. Not just like it's just for herself. She does really potent damage. And she's crazy. However, does that really punch her up a tier? I don't think so. I really don't think it really does. I think she really just sticks to her tier because any damage that has that kind of doesn't move. Doesn't really change. So I personally would like to leave her there. I think a lot of the damage dealers are like that. That's why we can breeze through them, which is great. Mona 2 has the same exact skill, same exact thing. The main difference between her and the others is that this is a little bit more useful because her totems exist. So that means that it's a little bit more potent, but is it enough to like punch her up a tier or whatever? No, I don't think so. We can keep her there. I don't think anyone really here moves. We're gonna go to Misato. I think she also Mikaido 2. Yep, she has the same exact one, 25% attack up. Not useful enough to like really punch up a tier. And we go to Kanen now. Like we can breeze through a lot of these, right? Because I think they're pretty similar. Light attack up, same thing. Doesn't move. We get the plus 5 SP. Would that make her move? As a damage dealer, she can deal damage a little bit earlier. That's great and all. I don't think she moves either. And Yuina is the same thing. So Yuina, 25% dark attack up, doesn't move. Yeah, the DPS don't really move because they don't really get much out of that. And we go straight to tier 7. And I want to take a little break because I need to use the restroom. So,
Sure.
yep.
Everyone's suddenly so quiet. What happened? I don't know. I'm just gonna take over quickly to just say that um, I'm working on an update for the site, just for the English. When you have English selected, it's gonna switch over most of the terms to the the words, to the keywords that you know from the English version.
No
Stuff
longer
like
say fragile.
um, yeah, that hurts me. That hurts me too. I really don't want to change it to exposed. It's just, but yeah, I'm gonna have to change that too. I have no choice. Okay, I changed the stats. I changed the vanguard, rearguard to frontline, reserve, um,
Okay, I'm back.
and stuff like well, stuff like score attack. I probably won't bother to change it because it just doesn't matter.
Please don't. I'll hurt. I'll
Um,
hurt. Please. Please don't. It'll hurt me if this gets changed. Okay. I don't mind if this gets changed because usually I don't have it on English. Actually, I have it in like in
Okay.
Japanese. But
Um,
like this side, man, it's gonna hurt me. I don't like that.
Yeah, I'm probably not gonna change that. Like I thought about whether I would want to change style list to
Nah.
memory list. I
Pain.
think people are just gonna get used to it eventually. That we use style for English anyway for the main game, for the original game.
I'm giving you a heads
anyway.
up. Because of how big this file is now. I don't know if you ever took a look at it, Rem. How big?
I do sometimes, yeah.
Yeah,
I do check it out sometimes.
So, I use the word styles here because this is I started this before EN came out. I'm not
Yeah.
gonna change it. That's just too much work, man. Have you seen how many? There's 140 styles. I'm not gonna go change that,
yeah.
dude.
Yeah, that should be fine. I mean, it's not much of a. It's not gonna matter, honestly.
Oh, yeah.
People that are involved in it, if are playing a Haven Burns Red and using your spreadsheet or using my stat, they're
Yeah.
gonna quickly
So like they'll get used to
understand
it.
the style memory. Yeah,
Oh,
but the rest stuff like the stats from wisdom is becoming intelligence, constitution is becoming vitality. Those will be permanently changed. Frontline.
by the way, look at this. I
reserve.
still put VG Vanguard.
Yeah, I don't blame you.
And then RG
Yeah,
for
that was
rear guard.
fun.
I'm like, dude, I can't change it. I'm not gonna change it. People just have to get used to it. It's fine.
Yeah.
So,
All right.
oh yeah, have you seen like my little dictionary I added too? Someone asked me which symbol's
Yeah,
which, dude.
I like it a lot. I like it a lot. Thank you. That's handy. It's also handy for me because I don't want to go looking for the words.
Yeah,
For,
I made this dictionary
Sorry,
not
this
for
version.
actually I made this dictionary for myself. I actually did not make this for everyone else. A lot of this stuff that's on here, that like I made was all selfish. I know I'm streaming this, but like I've said this so many times. I made this file, this Tojo files was never supposed to be this big. It was
Yeah.
only supposed to be tier list for EN, tier list for EN Future, JP tier list, but then I realized when I was making this, I messaged to Rem too. I can't just make one tier list. I have to make so many of them because you can't, like, the character changes depending on what you own. And if you don't own something, it can go from like top tier to bottom, or something can go from bottom to top, which is insane.
Yeah.
And thus I
Yeah,
realized I have to
it's
make like
rough.
3 different tier lists at the very least. At least for, JP side, which is what I expect most people to use, not the EN side. I expect people to like take a look at the EN side, be like, okay, just generally where everything's at, and then use the JP tier list to be like, how longevity and how important is it to keep using, like how like if I'm rolling here, how worth it is it? And then my final thing was supposed to just be this Memoria details thing where I like note recommendations for what you want to have for the character if you're gonna use them. like where you're gonna use them, their rating for where I place them at, you know, kind of like what you expect to get out of them, and then a description that tells you kind of their past, their like, you know, their road of like where they were at in the beginning, at least where En is at starting, to all the way until where JP is at. So it's like, oh yeah, this is where they became weak. This is where they became strong. Like this is when you expect this character that seemingly is kind of low right now or seemingly high when they start dipping and stuff. So that's where it was originally gonna be, and then it became a monster. A lot of it has to do with the fact that I personally made this dictionary for myself. I didn't know what these En terms meant, okay? I didn't know what some of these mean. Unfeelable. I'm like, what is that? Invigorate. I'm like, huh? Right? This is the worst one.
Invigorate, yeah, invigorate, fire and spirit. Wait a moment. Misfortune is enfeeble, it's not malice?
In the skill, it's called enfeeble.
Oh, okay.
The
okay,
debuff itself is
mind.
called malice, but in the skill it says feeble. So when they read the skill, this is what it says. Right?
Yeah. Okay. And what about fighting spirit? What's the skill? I can find out for myself, but just too lazy. So what is the name for invigorate? Like, is it fighting spirit too, or is it something
invigorate?
else?
I don't. No. The buff is actually called invigorate, and then in the skill it's called invigorate too. It's called invigorating, right? Oh, Kappa just Kappa just said, not our Kappa, but different Kappa said, someone just asked about Maki on the tier list. He asked, why is Maki 5 in En, 2 in En 6 plus, and 8 in JP. You gotta read, man. But yeah, so there's some of these like are interesting. The charge, they don't really tell you what charge really is, but when you see the buff, it's called charge up. But I wrote the whole thing out. Charges up with holy light, because all of them say that. It's so bad. I'm like, why?
Yeah, actually, I'm checking right now, but it doesn't say malice. It says enfeebled.
It says enfeeble, right? In the skill.
Yeah, it's enfeebled. I don't know where I heard malice.
I don't know.
Okay, so it says enfeebled. As for fighting spirit, it stays invigorated.
Yeah.
Yeah. Actually, I'll send that over. I'll send that to you. Maybe it'll be useful to you.
Yeah.
There's also a lot of
if you see anything useful that I can put on here or whatever, like, feel free to. I did do some digging, like game news. I decided to like look at the photo of this thing and be like, Summer of Curses. Oh, I know that boss. And I looked up the boss and I was like, dude, that thing's Ice Week. I don't think they'll change that. So yeah, there we go.
Yeah, the virus is infected. Yeah, stun is stunned. Well, yeah, there's no really spirit decrease, spirit increase. Recoil is recovering.
Wait.
Provoke, stayed as provoked.
Wait, Maki's...
Mind eye stuck.
Wait, what do you mean? Sorry, Papa said Maki said I put Maki in 2? I didn't put Maki in 2. Where's she? She's not in 2. What the? I put Maki in like a little over a viable and viable. This is like.
She's there yet.
Yeah, but like, well, I mean, she's good even without limit breaks later in the future, and then she's a limit break monster. Anyways, where were we? Mari. Oh boy, this girl. Oh, I hate her. Not because of anything bad. She's good. She also gets resourceful. She gets 25% attack up. I mean, not attack up, but the buff attack up. Buff for her buffs. And she's really only used for her buff. So, it knocks her up a tier, but not like to tier 8. So, she definitely gets buffed up to 1 up, and I don't think anyone can argue on that. Very good, very strong. Tsukasa 2, we did touch upon that. Her Limit Break 3 sucks. It's the old thing that they have. Increases allies thing if she's in the front by 10%. It's pretty bad. Yeah, just a pass. Does it move her? No, not at all. Cotton 4. Cotton 4. So Cotton 4's passive is that she will increase her own dark attack by 25%. That kind of sucks, because if you look at her potency, it's bad.
It's terrible.
It's terrible. And it doesn't change anything for her kit. She sucks in like in terms of like Limit Break 3 potential. So yeah, she stays where she's at. We're not gonna move her. It just doesn't make any sense too. Iroha 2. Oh man, this girl. So Iroha 2 is the most recent banner that's out right now, and not that you can read this. Oh wait, actually you can. But she increases zone effect of hers by 15%, and then change it to permanent. So this is huge because her EX skill actually gives a large fire zone, right? And she can increase that by 15%, and it's additive. So instead of 65%, it's 80%, which is incredible. But they really had to do that because Megu 3 exists. Without Megu 3, it's is not as important. Why does this make her even more potent and more crazy? Actually is because now you can bring Iroha 1 and make her field from just a normal field to a 65%, which we considered a strong field. So she is, if you have her LB3, you can actually use her as a strong dark field user, and with the with her new upgrade to her EX skill that they recently added, it now provides the ability to use a skill at 6 SP instead of the usual 12. It half the cost, but it's only the first time. It not only did that, but it allows you to also gain 30% overdrive on its first turn. Oh, Kura? Yeah, that's because Kura's passive, man. The master skill's just busted. Let's see, what is this? You found it? Oh, well, I mean, if they did their digging and actually read descriptions, they would know. But yeah, so all other times, she does not get this OD thing. It's not as potent, it's not as crazy good, but you have to realize one thing. This thing also hits for 5-hit AoE. It's very strong. You can now use her as either a dark fielder or a fire fielder. And she has the ability on her common skill, which I think is nuts. I don't know how other people are feeling about it, but I personally feel it's nuts. That she has a rainbow colored buff for crit and crit damage, and it does not applied to a maximum usage. You can use it unlimited amount of times. It just costs 10 SP instead of what you expect, which is 9. So it's very expensive, but incredibly potent. On top of that, the LB3, although it does not change the fact that she can do this, it just makes her more potent because her field is more potent, is the fact that she can start off on the first turn, drop her SS1, and the following turn, she can use her EX skill on her SS2, which will then also give a battery of 5 SP to all of her allies while providing an incredibly potent field. So I personally would value that really highly. She definitely goes past Kanen, definitely goes past Tsukasa at this point, and definitely lands herself at least in the same field as Yotsun. In fact, I would personally value her at Limit Break 3, stronger than Yotsun, but I don't really put her in the same field as Adele or Chie, personally. You can do some wild stuff with her. I have seen it because Rem posted it. I think it was Rem. Or was it Kappa? Someone. The turn 1 OD2. Yeah, you can do some wild stuff with her. But for the most part, she definitely goes up a tier because of that. And we can also move Iroha in the same tier as her, Iroha 1, because this is talking about having actually not, we're not gonna move her, actually we're just gonna leave her here, but yes, this is where Iroha 2 will stand. I don't think there's too many thoughts added to that because that's pretty much covering like her whole kit. Sharo 3. Now I love Sharo 3. I don't think she's good. I think she's strong, but I don't think she's meta. But she is fun to use. What she gets is not that great of a passive, although it's interestingly okay and good. So she will first bind an oath to an ally, give them defense and crit rate, as well as attack, right? And the thing is that her LB3 passive will allow that character and her, anyone who has Oath, to gain 15 DP every turn. This is not the greatest skill, and in fact, most of the time you don't even need it because the defense stat exists, but if you had it, it's actually pretty nice. Does that make her higher in tier? No. So we'll keep her there. And I'm pretty sure out of everyone here, I use her the most, so I know where she should stay. I love using her. She's not good, but I love it. Especially, I like using her with Luca for a certain reason. Anyways, we have Iroha 1, her LB3 passive, just a small dark zone thing. Is this potent? Is this not potent? I don't even own her. I don't even think this is that great. It does do, in fact, kind of stack up with this, like Rem said before. This will stack with this, and you will not see the buff. You will not see the effect. It'll just be applied when she's there. And so it is strong. I will not deny that. And we are to assume that you can bring over her SS2's kit over. I don't really think she really needs to move either. I think she's perfectly where she's at. I don't think she got a huge buff from that. So gonna move forward and go to Isuzu.
Oh, that LB3 passive is a zone, so it doesn't stack at all with anything, and she replaces it with her own zone on turn 1. So it kind of.
Oh, really? It does? Okay, that's really bad.
Yep, it's kind of like Kura's LB3, where it's just like, wow, she sets up the light zone and then it immediately gets replaced by Rice Field at battle start. It does nothing.
Okay. Isuzu 1. She just gets the AoE defense down. Not that useful. That means she kind of just doesn't move. We don't really worry about that. So we're just gonna leave her where she's at, and she'll enjoy her life. A lot of love to Isuzu. Sadly, Maple's not here anymore, but Maple would say the same thing. Maple loves her. We're gonna go to Aina 3. And Aina 3, hers is that during overdrive, she will reduce her cost by 2. That, I think, is kind of massive for her kit. I think that's kind of her main issue, is her SP costs are kind of high. It's at a massive 15%. I have 15 SP. And that is yikes, in my opinion. And the mere fact that you can now, with OD, pop... oops, that's not where we're... just type Aina. To pop any of her other skills. So let's say you want to be like, hey, we're going to do the vulnerable stuff. So here we go. We got Fragile. AoE, we got defense down AoE, and then we can pop like this. And so you actually have, since her other skills are very cheap, this 15 SP going down to 13 and all that is very helpful for her, especially if you do build up OD to OD3, which is not difficult with Aina, due to the fact that you can bring her SS1 to help you with that. Anything that can abuse this lower cost and has it is incredibly powerful. Would that rake her up a tier and be, or just only higher than Isuzu? She is definitely better than Isuzu, but would she be better than Isuzu 3? I don't think so. Should she be in the same ranks as Iroha 2 and Yotsuha 2 and all these here? At LB3, I personally think so. So I will raise her up a tier. But it's not that crazy of a change. So, yes, she does get more powerful. But she is still not Megu tier by any means, but still really strong. Did you want to add anything, Red?
No, I'm fine if you move her up or leave her where she is. Both are completely reasonable.
But you agree she's at least better than Isuzu, right? So.
Yeah, she's better.
Yep. Okay, Mia 3. So she starts off with her normal skill. So her common skill just gives her more skill damage, basically worthless, and gives her 20% debuff effects, which is really potent, by the way. This skill allows her to save 5 SP, so you can kind of count it as a plus 5 SP bonus for her. Like we said, for other plus 5 SP bonuses, very strong. In this case, you might be like, oh, that's probably not as potent, just because you can't choose where it goes. True, but the fact that the passive is essentially just a 20% debuff boost on first skill use, that's kind of how you should see it as a passive. I think is pretty potent. In fact, just not as potent as some other effects, but definitely will net her to be higher than Isuzu at the very least. Granted, this Isuzu, you have to remember, can also do Fragile. Mia 3 is also able to do Fragile. So we have, her usual Fragile skill here, and then we have the defense down for ice and defense down for normal, and this is permanent, mind you, right? And so that's just kind of like things you have to think about, right? And she also has an LB1 passive where she can increase her potency on her defense down. So overall, really strong kit, better than Isuzu in my opinion. And does that net her in the same place as Aina, who pretty much has the same kit? I would think so. And so kind of put them side by side. I wouldn't say one is way better than the other. They're just kind of in the same boat. So if Red wants to mention anything, or Rem, feel free to, but I don't really know if Rem actually uses Mia 3. So
That's an LB3 I'd like to have. I rarely find enough SP in her kit to actually use her buff before her ultimate.
yeah,
He's so nice if I didn't need to.
it'd be nice.
It also just makes it so she can debuff on turn 1 for a lot of content. Just do like AoE Fragile. Or does it even buff that? It buffs that, right?
I'm guessing that Rem is really into updating that website, so I'll move on. Edia 1.
Yeah. I'm listening, but like.
Oh, don't
I
worry.
got too
We're
much
just
to
talking
do.
about Mia 3 and how much her Limit Break 3 impacts her, which is basically giving her her common skill buff on
Yeah,
her.
it's a sad one because it really looks useful, but because it's stuck on on our SS3, which I barely use, it's not as useful.
If she had that on her SS2, it would be so good.
Yeah, if it was on her SS2, it'd be so good.
Crazy.
But
SS2 is just too good.
Oh yeah, her SS2 is just god. I mean, I wouldn't even argue putting her in like in tier 10. And I wouldn't even argue putting Isuzu 2 on tier 10. Like that's how strong
I think
these
they
two
both
are.
would maybe
But
deserve
like
it.
that means I'm also noting that they are more important than these three, and that's not true. So
Yeah.
I'm leaving them there.
Well,
These
maybe
are
in the current null meta, they could arguably be better than those three.
yeah. So they're kind of I honestly I value Aina more than these three, and some people think I'm insane. I think I'm pretty sane. I have used them. Aina is way more useful than those three are, such a high degree for me. It's not even funny. Whenever I make a team, I'm like, dude, I'm gonna slap Aina, I'm gonna slap Tama, and I'm gonna slap Aoi, and then I'm gonna build around that. That's how I feel like I build teams now. If I want to go meta, it's kind of nuts. Now I don't go meta very often because it's boring, but that's besides the point. So we're gonna go back to Idia now. But Idia, she's great. In fact, Rem vouched for her earlier, and I don't have her because I didn't think I would need her. And quite honestly, when difficulty 140 first came out in JP, and people actually wanted her, because of the fact that it was really hard to tank damage. It's not like our gear got any better, by the way, since then. It's just that people found ways to like actually play around the 140 content, and maybe I'm pretty sure the 140 content got a little nerfed probably along the way. But the main thing about Idia was that she was the premier side grade to Aoi. Aoi's problem was always that she could only take 2 hits. Then she's fucked, and it's over. Idia solves that problem because she will give a defense buff for 3 turns to all of her allies and also heal them. It's incredibly nice. It's incredibly powerful. Her LB3 raises defense by 50% if and only if her DP is above 100%, which is not that difficult to do when you can already overheal by 50% extra, and then you have a defense buff already. You basically are unkillable. Does that really increase her, like, my likelihood of bringing her? No, because LB3, even without that, she should be unkillable. So it doesn't mean anything to me. I don't think she moves. Now we're gonna go to one of my favorites to use. People mark her down as bottom tier list, blah blah blah, yada. Dude, I'm gonna let you know, if you're a low spender, if you're free to play, or whatever, and you have her, and you have her Limit Break 1, you will love her. She is so good. Granted, we're talking about Limit Break 3 at this point, and she gets, if the enemy is provoked and they have the taunt on them, which most of the time you will, because in order to use her EX skill, if the enemy is taunted, you will decrease your SP cost in half, which is incredibly powerful. You will increase her damage, right? No, increase frontline units, not just hers. I actually didn't even read that in Japanese. I can't read the Japanese ones, so I can't actually make sure that's actually correct. Is this correct, Ram? Is this English actually correct?
What is it?
Ichiko 2, just having the all frontline, it's not just her.
Increased frontline and skill.
I don't remember her.
That's not just. Yeah, that's not just her.
Okay,
I mean, it's
okay.
all of her.
Well,
all of them. So,
like,
I can take a look. I took a quick look. Wait a moment.
Yeah, it's if this is true, I thought it was just for herself when I first read it in Japanese. But if it's just all frontline, I was like, oh, that's a.
Man. Actually, make a good point. Let me check. It's.
I remember reading it
take
that
long.
way, but like then again, I remember reading Megu's differently. Every single time I look at Megu, I feel like it's different. Megu 3, I don't know why.
My bad. It's it is a mistranslation. It's for it's only for her.
It's only for her? Okay. Well, 30%
Real
is still
mistranslation.
huge. So wait, this translation is a problem from Yostar?
Yeah.
Do you see?
Okay, well, screw Yostar.
She's not released yet. They could always fix it.
Either
beforehand.
way, does this increase her defender capabilities? No. So we're just gonna keep her where she's at because that is a damage dealing thing. Yanagi, or my favorite way to call her, I call her cutting board, but we don't call that. We shouldn't call it that.
By the way, if you notice something in the English text, the English official text, that is not quite how you remember it, you can just quickly switch to the language. It's not gonna change the where you're.
Yeah,
where you're
I was
at.
just lazy,
And
man.
it's
I just want to talk to you. Come on. Yeah, I just like talking to you. Come on, man. I'm distracting you. Anyways, Yanagi 2. So remember, Yanagi 2 was actually put into strong because of Yanagi's most recent S rank skill of being able to donate SP. Sure, it's weird because she's a healer, but honestly, it's really potent. Does her Limit Break 3 really help her? 20% increase in heals. She already has incredibly potent heal. I don't think it changes anything about her.
Yeah, I don't think it changes anything.
If we just go to her, since it's in the same area, her SS1, it restores everyone's DP by 10%.
Also doesn't matter.
Also not very
Matters.
important. And it matters in the remember the auto team where everyone has DP restore. It's so funny. Yeah, she's not, it doesn't change them. They can stay there. We're gonna go to Carol and Seika. Carol, famously the character that Rem trashed, and Rem said, "Man, why did they release her? She's trash." Because there's just better options. She is actually pretty strong, but there are better options. I've recently seen more and more people use her. I don't know if that's because they want to try to use her, or if they're just trying to make use of her. She has a Vanguard, just for the Vanguard, she has a Union buff for them if they're fired, right? And on top of that, she gives them a decent heal. The problem with her versus Union is that her buff only goes up to level 10, but that buff does not, that level 10 does not increase her her potency of her buff, and all it does is it just increases her heal. So kind of not so great. Although she does get this resourcefulness, and that's actually where it's very powerful for her, because she actually wants that, and that's because that's her main part of her kit, and it's very like a Union thing, but she's just a much weaker Union in terms of your main damage dealer, just like how we have the side grade difference here of Yotsun and Adele. The main difference with Carol too is that she can give this buff to multiple allies. So Fire now has the ability to actually be super fast. So Fire used to have a problem of being super fast because Yotsun was slow, Megu was slow, they just really slow, and I only own the slow ones. I just got Carol too. I tried using her. She's weird to use with slow units, and damage potential wise she doesn't really help that much. It's not very high. That Limit Break 3, I can see that being kind of potentially better, just that Union kind of just drives home the fact that she is much better in that aspect, because her skill goes level 13 and it already goes up by level. So does this make her better than Yanagi as a healer? I think so, especially because her EX skill can be used to go into debt, just because she is a 31x cheater who can do that. Does that make her a better healer than Tama, who can actually deal damage? and break for herself? I actually think so, personally. I think Carol is the second best healer in current JP. Healer meaning not like actual like they can heal, but healer that is their role. I think she is the strongest one. I mean, the second strongest one outside of Mua. And at Limit Break 3, she definitely pumps that up. Like to actually being third, right? Before that, she is not, but she will be pumped to third if, in fact, that she is Limit Break 3. So that is my take on that. The only thing that beats her is Mua, right? So, Red, if you have anything to add.
Yeah, that's the passive she needed to be good.
Yep.
Pretty impactful one.
I feel like that's been a common trend, by the way, in JP, is the character themselves are actually worse than like year one, like not year one, like 1 year ago units, but at Limit Break 3, they become just as good, if not better, and a lot of it has to do with the Limit Break 3 passive really boosting up their kit, and their kit originally just doing too many things, but they're not like the best at anything. And so they're a lot faster, they can do a lot more things, but the main issue comes up is that they themselves struggle with being able to give you the max potency until they're like Limit Break 3, and even then they're still not the best option for that. I think I remember when she first came out, Rem was like super sad that she was just seemed really bad comparatively to like other options. And to be honest, not wrong, but at the same time, like not exactly true either. I personally think she is strong, just that there are better options. So yeah, that's it. We can go to Seika 4, one of the newer ones as well. So, I'm not Seika 4, Seika 3. She gets the sad increases DP for whole party, except for it seems just sad, but it works really well with her kit because she is a DP regener, which means that no one needs to really heal because every single turn there is a heal present. This works really well because in the first couple turns before she can start ramping up her heals and getting the morale up for her team and stuff, she is very potent in like being able to just keep you alive longer. And I actually value that part of her kit. That I actually think she moves up. Unlike the other ones who have the same exact passive, her thing is that it actually reflects well on her kit and makes her kit better, unlike the other girls and the other healers. So I personally would move her up. Now, is she better than being able to? Does it make her better than Yanagi? I personally think so. Her kit is already bloated enough with more important things. I kind of put her there originally as kind of provisional, but I have tried using her, and I can see a lot of merit of her being LB3. She can start tanking things much better, and also the fact that like the thing is that like this is just reserve, right? So like if she like if you're in the back line, if you're rear guard, then she will be able to heal. A lot of her kit actually kind of points to you want to put in the front and then you put in the back. You want to put in the front and put in the back, and then she can always make sure that the healing is out there. Very potent, very strong. I do want to put her into the top of strong and above Yanagi. So that is my take. We have Chiroru, which, in my opinion, I don't think she changes. I think she just stays there. I love using her. She just gets crit damage. Sadly, her damage sucks. So, like, that crit damage doesn't really matter. Unlike the other ones where it seemingly mattered more, because in the damage section, this does not change her utility. And she's not a damage dealer, so we are going to leave her there. Now we're going to go to damage dealers. Yay! Ruka SS1. Ooh. Everyone's favorite. She's so strong. Increases um, party attack by 10%.
Wow.
Doesn't
Trash.
move. That's kind of really bad. Mari.
Well, she's a released unit.
What?
She's one of the original 12. We can let it slide.
Hey, I know. I mean, usually you just use that on her other styles, so you know. Oh well. So we have Mari 4. Wow, that's too many. She gains more. She gets to be fast. 5 SP. She gets to start with 12, which means at turn 2, she can already use her EX skill. Does that make her a better damage dealer than Ruka? I think Ruka has better damage potential, but the fact that she can end fights earlier, she's one of the more recent ones, like I said before. They're going for like fire being able to kill fast. She can help you do that. Is that really important for her kit? I think it's very useful for her kit. Does it really raise her to a level that's higher than Luca 1? I do have her now, by the way. Last time I didn't have her. Now I do. I've tested her a little bit. I think it actually does. You can now break with her at turn 2. And then Adele, if you do have Adele 4, like their synergy is kind of nuts. This is where, like, in one of the weird places where Adele would actually go to tier 9 because of the synergy with Mari 4. These two, if they are LB3, are incredibly strong and synergistic together. You have Iroha 2 on top of that. Yeah, that team is kind of nuts. The issue is that if you don't have all the parts of that team, it doesn't feel that great, comparatively to if you have all 3. But for sure, I think Mari 1 deserves to at least go up a tier, because she can just go break at turn 2 instead of having to wait so many extra turns, which is very important for score attack anyways, even after the nerfs to how many turns you need. I think that is very potent still, right? So I think she deserves to be bumped up a tier for that. Any thoughts, Red?
I don't value her very highly. I'd be fine if she stayed where she was.
That's pretty true. I don't know. She's pretty good, but the problem is her like max potential damage is kind of it's not the greatest. I just think that utility wise and having to use her and stuff and like how fast you can use her actually makes her pretty potent. Just that you do really need those limit breaks on her, or else she kind of feels lacking, in my opinion.
That's fair.
Kanade. KSW's favorite. Gets light attack. Not as important. I think Yudi's the same thing, right? Honestly, Yudi's also a cheater. Yeah, same thing. They don't move, but Yudi's also a cheater. These two girls are cheaters. I mean, not Yudi's a cheater. Kanade is not a cheater. Stupid blaster who has HP scaling. Cool. We can have Mari 3. Also ice. Don't move. Ichiko gets 30%. I don't think that really changes her place. Chie. Everyone's favorite resident, Rorita. She also gets the same thing. Nothing important. We can pass on that. I know these two don't move, so I can just ignore it. So we're gonna move on. Yay. To tier 6. Minori 2. Yes. So Minori 2 is interesting kit. Although she is low on the like scale here, do not think she is bad. She's actually very strong. Her main issue is that the reason why she's so low on the list is because of this right here. How easy is she to use? I don't think Minori 2 is actually easy to use. A large factor is because of her kit. she will have her EX skill cost 0 SP. However, you will decrease your overdrive gauge by 50%. You will also and through that you will gain crit rate and the highest crit damage in the game that's tied with Tama 5 right now, and it's for the whole entire team. It's very strong. She's actually, if it wasn't for how difficult she was to use, I would put her at least a 7. But the fact that she is difficult to use and difficult to master, she is at the bottom of 6. And in fact, her LB3 lets you be a little bit more stupid. So overdrive gauge fill by 5%, very potent, very nice for her kit. Even though this is actually not a strong passive, the fact that she'll need it in order to use this is very important. Now, if you noticed, this passive is 5% if she's in the front line. This skill depletes 50%. So yeah, that's her main issue that she has, is that even with the passive only covers up if she goes for 10 turns, and you are not going for her to be 10 turns. And so, does this really change her kit and how you use her? The answer is no. So she does stay in the bottom of 6.
Yep.
That's like my long-winded explanation. Man, these explanations and stuff are super long. Didn't really think about it. Now we go to Casa. It's Casa 1. I'm pretty sure the answer is doesn't move, but I don't remember because I don't use her. Oh yeah, it's the same thing. It's just zone that gets rewritten, so we can ignore that. It doesn't exist. Seika 1. Also another one I've never actually used because she's always on Seika 2. She also gets the overdrive gauge. For her, it doesn't really work well with her kit, so we are gonna not move her because it doesn't change anything for her. Miko 2. So Miko 2 actually gains some nice extra bonuses. When she's LB3, she gets the defense down, and you're only using her for defense down anyways. You got a nice, very cheap 14 cost ice defense down for 2 turns that go to half if the enemy has any kind of defense down. That includes the ice defense down and normal defense down. So if you pop overdrive and you go to Union and you do like 1 defense down or something and you use this, yeah, it's very cheap. She can also work off of herself, as she can just use this skill that costs 4 SP, and then now you just run 7 SP cost ice defense down. Very, very potent. And then maybe you have like Union do 1 of the defense downs. So very strong. Has this be very strong, and you're gonna be building her wisdom anyways, and so for damage, as you can see, her damage is based off of wisdom, and your defense down is based off of wisdom, so she will actually deal some decent damage. And with the defense down being applied before her damage, she can actually break enemies too. So the fact that she has the viability of doing that definitely nets her at least a bump up tier. I wouldn't put her past Isuzu because she herself cannot fragile and does not have the option for that. Well, Isuzu has both normal defense down and fire defense down. Miko does not have that potential. So we are going to put them like this. I think that's fair. Fubuki. Does she gain anything from this? I've actually never used her because I don't have her. Wow. I still can't believe I don't have her. Start of action, 10 defense down. Yeah, I think that's not useful for her, and I don't think there's anyone who can use that properly and feel happy about it. So we'll go to the Ichigo and Seda. I'm letting you know right now, Seda doesn't change anything. What does Ichigo's do? Ichigo's increases own defense by 30%. I think that is useful, especially if you stack it with Lionheart. However, Wait, I'm actually surprised they just changed. They just literally put the name as English from katakana. I'm actually really surprised. This is Yoster we're talking about. I'm so surprised. Oh, the question. For Minori buff, in theory, can you set up so that you wouldn't have to worry about losing 50% overdrive? Yes. In theory, it's just more difficult to do it. You would have to pop overdrive, and after popping overdrive, you would pop that skill. But the thing is that you want those crit and crit damage in order to actually do something to the boss. So it's kind of awkward to use your buffs in order to set up, right? Like usually you want to use your buffs to set up before you pop overdrive, not use your skills to buff during overdrive, which is her main issue. It's just like really counterproductive and doesn't make sense. However, I'm not saying she's bad. There are a lot of fast teams that use her and use her well. It's just much more difficult to pull her off. And remember, if you're in negative overdrive, she cannot use that skill again. So, I'm pretty sure. I don't have her, so I can't note that. But if it's like that, it's just not. That's not a thing. And this game is all about overdrive. Let's be honest, okay? So it's just really hard to use. Anyways, Ichiko does not move. We go to Yuki 5. So we got Yuki 5. Yuki, she gets when this unit breaks an enemy, all allies skill attack goes up by 30%. I'm gonna let you know, from playing her for so long and loving to use dark teams here and there, this is not useful. She rarely breaks. Even if you were to limit break her so she can break, she's AoE, and so unless you're using her for AoE content, yeah, that's a big fat no. And AoE content is not like score attack AoE content. It's like more like dungeon and weak stuff. And even if it's that, then you wouldn't even use her anyways because there are better options. So would that really increase her utility? Yes, if she breaks, but is she gonna break? No, because AoE. So yeah, she's kind of out of the picture. We're not gonna worry about that. Yuina 2. So I love Yuina 2. Of course, Yuina 2. I love Yuina 2. I use her all the time in dungeon. To be honest, not useful comparatively to all the meta picks for dungeon, but I really like using her. Boom, she has 25%, and that's it. Does that help her utility? No, so we move on. Inori, the most recent Inori, I think. Yep.
Self-charge.
She gives herself self-charge when she's in the front at the start of battle. Is this useful for her? Well, if you look at her Limit Break 0 passive, if I'm reading this correctly, if she has charge, she will increase her SP by 1 at the beginning of the turn. That is very potent for her, for her in general. I mean, for any character in general, because that means they get +2 every turn if they're in the front. However, with this girl, things are a little bit different. Her EX skill eats all of your SP, and depending on how much it eats, it will deal that much damage. The main plus of this skill is if you look at the top, not that it got translated, but it says charge and like no charge essentially, right? And so if you don't have charge on her, it will cost it will only do 11 destruction, which is probably what you're using her for, versus this, which is 22. You probably won't be using her for damage, so that's not much of an issue. And if you wanted to give herself charge, there are a couple options, right? So this one is if she's at 20 SP, she can give herself charge and 5 SP. Not that great, because you need to get to 20 SP first. You can go over here for 6 SP. She can get crit rate up and charge. So if you don't have SS2, yeah, good luck using this one. This one gives no. I think there's no other one that gives her charge. Is that her only way of getting charge? Oh, it's right here.
She can also get it from her normal skill that you never use. For the same reason.
Yeah. So
no, she doesn't have another way of getting charge.
Essentially, she has a difficulty getting charge and whatever. But granted, her EX skill you can use even if you have 1 SP, if I'm not mistaken, right? I don't know if you can use it at 0. You can't use it at 0, right?
Which one?
Her EX skill? You can't. I don't own her, so I don't know.
Yeah, you can use it at 0.
You can?
You're just never at 0 because it's like impossible to be at 0 at the start of a turn.
Oh yeah, but I mean, like if you pop OD, right? I mean, yeah, if you pop OD. I would say her main issue is if you pop OD and use this, then it's really hard to get that charge back. In order to get that destruction bonus to be high. Does that really change her gameplay? I don't think so, because her EX skill was supposed to be eating up, it's supposed to be used anyways, any SP, so it doesn't change her kit at all. So we're gonna move forward with Byakko 2. Byakko 2. Byakko 2 has one of the highest destruction rates, and unfortunately gains nothing for destruction on her LB3 passive. So unfortunately, that's a knockdown. Doesn't really change in her destruction, so we keep her where she's at. If she was in damage, yeah, she would go up a little bit, just because if she can break, then she will be able to kill, so she would be going up a little bit. As for these damage dealers, I remember them. They're like either 25% up or not. Ichigo is the only one who gets a 50% bonus, just like Aoi here. And so,
same thing.
What?
Yeah, it's the same as Aoi's, exactly.
Yep. So, would that knock her up a tier? I definitely think it does. Just like how Aoi got knocked up a tier. But does that knock her up a complete tier? No, I don't think so. I think she just can stay in tier 6. She's just really clunky, really hard to use, not fun. So yeah, she'll just sit here and enjoy her life in this tier. Yuki 3 and Maria 2. So Yuki 3, Maria 2. Yuki 3. We have, if in the front line and over 15 SP, she gains 35 skill damage percent. Is that useful? I mean, it's 30% over 25%. Probably not. The condition's very difficult to come by unless you pop OD. I wouldn't count that as useful. I think she just stays there. There's no movement for that. Maria 2. She gains only 25%. Oh, that's pretty bad. It's not 50. I guess we just keep her where she's at.
I guess.
She just stays where she's at. Sato 1.
Yeah.
I think my Sato 1 is actually in JP is really close to Limit Break 3 at this point. Oh boy. We got increases frontline allies by 10% crit chance as long as she's in the front. Is that good? Well, I think it's synergistic with her kit here. And so if you add charge with this, she will, it will basically be 100% crit instead of not. Is that enough to bump up her a tier? I think you can bump her up 1, because going from 90% crit to 100% crit is a big deal to me. Personally, I think it is. So she will go up half a tier, and she could just chill there. It doesn't really make her that much better. It's not that like, ooh, that's so good, so amazing, but that's about it. Funny enough, I just realized she's like the lowest one as generic buffer. Dang. Anyways, we now have Mari 1, who probably has another useless one because she's a very early character. She has the ice field one. Yeah, that's worthless. We can move on. Maki 2. I'm so sad of Maki 2. Whenever I see her, I'm always sad. I love Maki, and then her SS2 is just not fun. Okay, so for her, as you see here, after she inflicts a break, which she should easily be able to do, she will recover 8 SP. Is that good? And good enough? Now, if you're gonna ask that question, will that increase her overall rating? It actually allows her to do her job much better, right? And her job is honestly, she will be doing 3 different debuffs, and then she will break them, right? She will then gain 8 SP, which then you can use this skill, right, for self-charge and Vanguard attack up. Excuse me. Which is not very useful, like this part. But the self-charge is, because her kit is, if you are having charge, you'll increase your SP by 1. This essentially is saying, if you use your EX at the very beginning, you can actually just pop this and automatically get yourself charge, and you net yourself a +1 SP off of that. Does that really help her? I actually think it does, but only if you have her SS1, because all you're doing is shifting from being, you use this skill to break, and then you use this skill here to you know, do the rest of the fight. Does that net her to be like to be higher than Fubuki? I personally think it nets her to be as strong as Fubuki. But granted, you have to know that Fubuki is not that strong, right? So I will net her to be right next to Fubuki. I have used Maki a good number of times at Limit Break 1. And yeah, I think a big problem with her is not just her her skill set is not the greatest, and that, I mean, it's great, but like Thunder has so many good supports right now, as you can see, right? Her main issue comes from the fact that you can use her to break, and then she's kind of like a dead fish. With this, it's like you can, because like, the main thing is you have to build up that charge again, and it's just a big issue for her. And the fact that that's gone definitely should knock her up a tier, but does it really knock her up a full tier? I don't think so. So we'll go with that. We go with Megu 4. Yeah, this is did they really? Megu 4 is one of my sadnesses in JP, because when she dropped, by the way, Megu's my favorite playable character, okay? When she dropped, I read her kit, and it looks so good. And then when you use her, she's so bad. It's so sad. So she has a dark defense down and a regular defense down, and these are permanent. She also has like all the permanent stuff that the other permanent characters, if you look at them, they're up here, okay? They do AoE. Megu's issue is her common skill is terrible. Misfortune. It's just absolutely terrible. Her other issue is her LB3 passive, actually really bad, because it doesn't increase her potency for debuffs, instead it increases her damage. Now you look at here, she has to use her ult at least once, and then it'll increase her skill damage. That is a big issue for her kit, when this only has a max use of 1 time. Level 10, still 1 use, right? Like if you go over here, right? It goes from, 2 uses to 4. No. For her, you go from 1 use. Oh wait, from 1 use, right? And it stays 1 use. So that's really terrible for a kid. The fact that this will only happen on her second cast, and not only that, the damage on it is really bad. A single target hit for 10.8k is only slightly stronger than like your free Luca, it's pretty bad. And there's no HP modifier attached to it. And so in fact, I think like free Luca is better than her. And then they give her an attack pass. This is just really poor, really bad. I wish they would buff her, but you know, it's whatever. She just kind of stays where she's at. I don't think she moves, because like it's just mostly for damage, and this part is not really for damage. If it was like she can do stuff where she can like break much easier, like that's a different story. Seda 3. One of the few that I feel like I should try for fun, but you know, I have found a use for her. For her thing is that when she is under 50% DP, she'll gain 50% skill attack. The issue with that is there's a lot of things you have to do to set this up, which means you have to actually use this skill here to use AoE cover, and then you can prevent yourself from breaking, and then you would fire her ult. The lower HP she is, the more damage she deals, and then she heals herself. I really can't say how strong this is or not. Excuse me, because her damage is not that great. It's like, it's okay. Does that help her with her tanking ability? No, she just stays viable. Tama 2. We could breeze past like the lower tier ones, wow, just because like there's not much input to do because they're pretty bad. Tama 2. We have increases attack for all allies, pretty bad. We keep her where she's at. Lisa 2. Lisa 2 is the other. She covers everyone's deep. Like, let's see, Lisa 1, never mind. Lisa 2 is. Oh, she also is still. Synergistic, I guess, with her kit, but like she's just keeping you alive. That's not that great compared to the other healers. There's really this giant gaping hole between the healers, so it feels bad. Hisame and Hisame 3 and Akari 2 are one of the few that will jump up in usefulness. Let's go over to Hisame 3. So what she has is she's able to break DP, and when she breaks, she will recover everyone's SP by 8. Very powerful. In this case, when she's in the front, she will be able to have plus 5 SP. I think she's one of the first, if not the first one, to have this passive. Very potent, very strong for her. This literally just makes it so then she can use this skill to buff herself and then fire this off much faster, and it's just like, or you can just choose to fire this off only with that plus 5 SP. So it's very potent, very strong. The reason why she is low tier in here is because this is one of the few where the damage will matter. Like before I said it won't, like the stats, so I'm not gonna like harp on that. No. These two are the only ones I will, because their kit is based off of being able to break. So now the fact that there is a higher percent chance that they can break because they're limit break 3 and they need less setup, and the fact that she can give 8 SP to all allies when she breaks, which is like 3 turns worth of SP, or 4 depending on your limit breaks and stuff. Very, very potent. I would put her like in terms of like usability and everything, about the same tier as Chiroru. They're kind of like in the niche area. Like they're strong, but they're in the more niche area, mostly because there isn't many uses for Hisame comparatively to like other counterparts, and Chiroru is in the same boat. Chiroru is only used for like AoE looping comps, and that's it. So that's my take on Hisame 3. This is one of the ones I will ask for Red and Rem to chime in if they have any thoughts. So we'll start with Red.
She's a pretty cool skirmish unit now, because she can break the smaller enemies no problem and give the early SP to everybody and benefit from the plus 5 SP at the start of battle repeatedly. I think that is something she excels in right now. But we
Oh.
haven't had a Thunder one, so.
True. So we haven't
hasn't
seen
been.
that. That is a true.
But I
fact.
think she'll be cool to use in that mode.
Rem, do you have any thoughts? I know I'm gonna have to say what I said again. So, if you're there, Rem. About Hisame 3.
Yeah. What were you talking about?
We're talking about Hisame
Hisame
3.
3.
So, initially, I'll give you up to speed. She was originally in 5 at Limit Break 1 because of her kit is mostly based off of the fact that she needs to be able to break the enemy. And at Limit Break 1, it's actually very hard to set that up. And so now that she's able to, plus having this 5 SP, I said that it's actually worthy to say that she's niche and has a valid use and is strong, just like Chiroru is for OD teams, and therefore I value her to be in similar tier as Chiroru.
Yeah. No, I haven't really gotten much use of her. Oh, that particular Hisami style. Like, I was excited when I finally got it to LB3, but their ability to get that recovery, that SP recovery, when paired with that LB3, well, it can be very useful. It's just that I still any skill that has an effect that is only triggered when you break the enemy is very situational, because sometimes most of the time you're already gonna have you're gonna be breaking with someone else. You don't want to bring a breaker just for the sake. So for the sake of that, in the case of this system, you don't want to bring her just for that extra SP she gives to the party. Because after that she's useless.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, but like
So-
I mean, because of that utility though, she is like strong, but like strong is still relative, as you can see how strong these girls are. Like she's definitely
No,
below these.
Yeah.
But like you would say that she's kind of in this area where you see these girls.
Yeah, that's a good area to put her in, because yeah, it's a good one. It's she's among those who have that very precious 5 SP. I mean, extra 5 SP at the start of battle.
I think she's the first one to have it.
But she doesn't make. I mean, it's not as useful on her as it is on, like, say, Waki.
Yeah.
Example.
Now,
So, yeah, I'd say so.
here's your favorite. Do you want to take the wheel, or you're traumatized?
Yeah, I still haven't recovered from that one either.
Okay, so I'll talk about her then.
I recently raised her to LB3 just so it's done and over with.
Okay.
Um,
I mean, if you
there's
don't
a lot
want,
of-
if
a
you're
lot
too
of-
traumatized, I will talk about her instead.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So Akari 2 was only placed in viable because it was on the Limit Break 1 list. Very hard to actually set her up to break at Limit Break 1 unless you have really whale supports. So whale like buffers, whale debuffers, and even then you would have her fail to break the enemy DP. Now at Limit Break 3, she's able to do that. So now you can use her full kit, right? So we can go to her kit real quick. And what she does is she will hit the enemy, and when she breaks them, you get 150% overdrive gauge. This can be further increased with OD earrings. And she can give a massive, like, what, 160% or something like that? Or 170% OD gauge. Insane amount of OD. Allows you to do like single target OD looping if you have her on the team and if you have just whale everything, right? Her unlike other, like, you see the damage dealers and stuff, this 25% skill attack is actually important to her kit because it allows her to pull off the break. I personally have her at Limit Break 2. I just got lucky, unlike a select few other people. She just came home that way. I didn't personally try to pull for her to get her there. She just came home through GSSs and other things like that. And let me tell you, Limit Break 2 is like borderline good. if she was Limit Break 1, she can't break. Limit Break 2, she can finally start breaking things, but you need whale supports. And I have some pretty high LB supports, so I can actually make use of her, but without that, it's a no-go. Limit Break 3, she gets this extra attack thing. It's very minuscule damage, really. It's like, what, like a 5% bonus or something overall, if you have all the buffs. But that can make or break her because she has to break the enemy. If she doesn't, then this is worthless. And how powerful this is as a tool is incredibly potent. So she actually goes up, in my personal opinion, to tier 8, right next to Unison Yuki, and that is where I personally value her. She is much more viable than Hisame is because Overdrive is so much more potent, and that 25% attack up can make or break the fact that you break the enemy or not. And if you don't break the enemy, she's worthless. So you really want that damage. Red, do you want to chime in on that?
I don't know anything about this style. I'll leave it to the experts.
Okay. Well, Rem, I know you're traumatized, but did you want to touch up on this or no?
Or
Akari.
No.
No? Okay.
Yeah, no, I've got nothing else to say, honestly. Okay, that LB3 for her, it definitely makes her better because she really wants to break the enemy.
Yeah.
And that makes that LB3 all the more important. I've long considered that LB3 to not be important, but I got burned enough times to realize that it's really useful.
Yeah.
If you want to make the most use of her skill, you want that LB3.
Yeah, like I'm at Limit Break 2 and I still feel the pain. Like it's like RNG sometimes. Like if I get the low roll, I just don't break. Even if I have LB3 like debuffers and stuff, it's just not enough.
Yeah, I typically don't go for LB3 passives that only increase scale attack. But for her case, her main thing is to break the enemy to get that 2 bars of overdrive. So, and I've gotten enough times where she would barely do enough damage. I mean, she would do enough damage, but not enough to break the enemy, and I would be pissed.
Yep.
So
At Limit
that
Break 3,
LB3
you don't
really-
see that issue. She just breaks them.
Yeah.
Quick question. Would you like I know you would agree that you would value her in this tier 8 here, but do you think she would be valued in this lower tier 8, or do you think she should be valued in a higher tier 8 from like your Limit Break 3 like experience?
Well, let's say she's you can keep her there. Honestly, it's not. Well, I don't know. No, actually, you could put her one
Like the
step
half,
higher.
right here, right?
One step higher, yeah. One step
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I was like,
she really makes a lot of things she does. She just staple in must be clear compositions.
yeah, she's just crazy in that aspect, and I can't make use of them because she's not Limit Break 3. It's so disgusting.
Yeah.
But yeah, so yep, this is a pretty good placement. But yeah, I think most of the rest of them are probably not going to move, but we can just breeze through them. And yeah, so Kozue, Koju, man, she's one of my favorites, even though she's like generic and boring. She has a high chance to stun the enemy. We don't really use stuns in this game, especially for high-end content. So yeah, GG. The end. We can move on. Nina. Okay, I've personally tried to make Nina work. It's very hard to. But she does get the nice 30% destruction rate stuff. And she also gets a nice boost on here. These I'm pretty sure are like they can stack, but at the same time it's additive, so it's not that crazy of a boost, but it is a nice boost. Does that increase her potency and everything that allows her to be up here? To be honest, no. I don't think so. But she is strong, so we keep her not strong, but like she's still viable, but very
I
hard to
quite
use.
like Nina. I've used her on fire teams before because I just got randomly LB2 on her.
Yeah, I have her like
It's
limit
one of
break
my
1,
better fire.
but
And
I
I'm
don't-
always impressed by how well she does. Good
Oh, yeah.
damage, good destruction rate. I don't know. She's solid.
I mean I can.
I know that she's objectively not that good, but
I mean, limit break 1.
enjoy
I
using
already got 1 mil on the current SA with her for fun.
Yeah.
Right, like she's good enough for that. Karen 2, the AOE fire blaster that like doesn't exist anywhere else outside of I guess AOE 3, but not as good. She gets crit rate if she's in the front. You probably won't use that. She's not changing, so we keep her there. Tama 1. I'm pretty sure all these girls are not gonna move. Not Tama 3. She gets, yeah, so let's need to talk about it. She's not moving. Akari probably doesn't move because I'm pretty sure hers is 25%. Seda we saw earlier, she doesn't move either. Kanata has 25%. What does Bungo have?
luck thing, right? Or which
Bungo 1. She has
makes her miss less. Is that what it is? Something dumb, right?
huh?
Is that what it is? Did I get it right? Am I reading?
No, she has a chance to increase skill attack.
That kind of doesn't sound right to me.
What are we talking about?
Wait a second, let me read this.
We're talking about Bungo 1. Look.
Huh?
Huh?
Okay,
What about her?
I guess that's it.
What's the question?
What does her LB3 do?
LB3 it says chance to
Oh
increase.
yeah, it's that thing. Yeah, it's
what's-
you can see that more clearly on the. It has a chance to increase the
Yeah,
skill
but-
attack by 30%.
But like
it's
what's
chance
the
based.
what's the rate?
The rate
30%.
you can find it in. I think I put it in the passive list. Let me pull
Stupid.
up.
This is
If you go to the
stupid.
passive list, you should be able to see it.
This is stupid.
Ben-
Why is this a thing?
Ben-chan. So the rate is 30% chance.
It's so bad.
Yeah, no. She's all RNG. Her first SS is all RNG.
It's just
I had to double check. I was like, wait. I read this. I'm like, but
That's not
I
what I
click
thought.
here.
Yeah,
I'm like,
you can go
what is
to the passive list. You can go to the passive list. No, yeah, go ahead and go to the passive list. Then look for Ben-chan. Yeah, scroll down. You can see that at 30% chance. See it?
is that good?
No,
the next
it's
step that is
bad.
gonna add this condition directly.
No,
under
wait,
that,
no, wait,
yeah.
but you can use it on her master skill. It's a way to buff crit penetration. It's so good.
Oh, it's so
It's-
good.
Yeah, actually, you make a good point.
You can use it on her
Make a
master
good
skill.
point.
It's really good.
You
you're
know,
lucky, that's a big
there were cases where we wanted to, where we would look for that 30%. It was annoying. Like
Yeah.
on top of wanting the 30% chance attack up, you also want her to not fail the X skill. That will.
That's her best style to use for her master skill if you get the bonus. No other LP3 passive benefits her.
Yeah.
What the?
Also, isn't this potency pretty high?
It is. Well, it's still a single target skill, but yeah, it is.
Yeah, it's pretty good. It's high for its SP cost, I think.
Yeah, is that
And
pretty high
I
for
Which is
us?
like
think
standard.
you can get, and I think you can get 2 uses if you use her with Aoi.
2 chances to hit the 30%.
Wait. You're gonna be thinking
You
right
go
now.
one
Wait a
good.
second.
Wait a second.
But to get this master skill, it's so much, dude.
And it's like exactly 30%. You can't raise that with luck, right? That's fixed at 30%.
Yeah.
So bad.
Damn it.
I'm not gonna take
It's so good.
it's
30% is
so
a
bad.
lot.
Yeah.
I can't, dude.
Well, that's been tripping.
What do they change? I actually don't remember. Like, what do they add? It's 12 plus 2 after defeating. Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. These are boring. These are so boring.
Oh yeah, all of the new master skills are kind of lame. Nobody likes them. Wait for the next batch.
Like, this one's fun. This one's fun. This one's great. This is the best one. This one's... I like this one too, not because it's a heal, but like, this is great, you know?
Yeah.
And then
So
this,
it's 6 years on top of
this
that.
one's the... This
But
what I
then
love.
like the
This one's
recent batch
great.
have just been boring. I don't know why.
What?
happened. But the recent batch of master skills have just been
Like,
boring. The
this
first one
one's
was good.
bad, but at least it's funny.
Yeah.
I love it.
Yeah,
It's
and
funny.
some it's hit and miss. Some get really good stuff, some get really crappy stuff.
I don't know. This is just...
I don't care about how good they are. I mean, I care about how cool they are.
Yeah, I know.
None of
right?
these new ones are cool. They all suck. I don't feel good about buying any of those.
By the way, I feel like
I'm
I'm...
gonna be really upset
I
if
feel
two
like
months
I
ago.
missed out on the master shard thing. I only got Kudas, and I have 90, and I'm like, I have a feeling I missed out on some. Because I haven't been playing too much.
Like what?
The master shards?
Yeah, they've been in missions recently.
Yeah. So I currently have 90 of them, and I used whatever amount it takes to get one on Kuda, and I'm like, I feel like I'm missing some, like not counting the ones that are currently in the missions, but I'm like, did I miss some?
Alright, so how much are we bumping up Bungo SS1 by on the LB3 list?
No, we're not.
How far up?
She's not moving.
What? But it's so good.
No, it's not.
Have you seen the potency on her master skill? It's like 14,000. It's ridiculous.
No, she's not moving, dude.
It has 50% DP bonus. That's
No.
insane.
No,
Not
no.
even in... Wait, does Irene get that? Does she get 30%?
She's 30%,
What does she get?
I think.
Yeah, she doesn't even get 50%.
Wait, let's take a look. We'll see it here. She at least gets level ups though, right? So, she got 50%? It's 30%. Potency's lower, dude.
Yeah.
But I think you
I
get
know.
level ups though, right? So, like, let's take a look. At max level. I mean, granted, this is AoE, right? The other one is...
Yeah,
like-
Bungo's the stronger single target.
I mean, Bungo's best breaker, right? Question for Minori buff. In theory, you can set up... Sorry, I didn't catch that one, so yeah. To worry
That
about...
was from a while ago. I think you answered
Oh, I
it
already
already.
answered that one. I'm not even paying attention. Anyways, Bungo 2. Yeah, she's not moving. Nina 2. I'm pretty sure that one is even worse than everyone else's. So I'm not even gonna look at it. It's literally the one that you get like 18%, and for like if you have like over a certain amount of DP, I don't know why it's that bad. We're gonna ignore that one. Hisame 2, Dark Attack. Yeah, we just leave them alone. There's nothing for them here. Now we go to tier 4s. Shiki. Does Shiki have anything? In fact, is Shiki even gonna get an SS2? You know, she's supposed to get one soon. I hope it's not good. I don't want to pull. Overdrive gauge 5%. Pretty bad.
Yeah.
Koza 2. Especially because it doesn't work well with her kit. So, if they had that passive on top of the, give backline plus 1 SP on her S style, that'd be pretty nuts. Koza 2. She gets ice
It's
damage.
Ice damage.
Wow, and you don't
Yeah.
want to use her for damage, so that's bad. Wow.
Good and glow right now, but that's about it.
Shadow. Shadow 1. She increases her defense debuffs by 25%, and she does a lot of AoE
She has two
defense
of them.
debuffs. You can
That's
also bring this, but honestly, she Shadow 2 instead if you have her. So like, why would you? Does that make her better? Yes. Enough to bump her up a tier? I think so. Oh, that's me.
Yeah, she double dips on it. It's worth it. Put her up.
It's worth. She's up. But like, better than Koza and Viable? No. Meow 1. Meow 1. We have...
What the? That's a new one. On battle start, if she's in Vanguard, she applies the Enfeeble to all of it.
She
Which
puts
sucks, but,
misfortune
like,
on them for 2 turns. That's really bad. She gets
That's so bad. But it's new. I've never seen that before.
Oops.
I had to double check to make sure I wasn't looking at her S passive.
This is new, but just bad. Just leave her alone.
It's just
Jeez.
called Enfeeble. Okay.
I know, right?
Alright.
Tama 4. I think she also has the oops.
DP regen.
Yeah, I think it's HP regen, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, it's at more.
Heat
She doesn't
effectiveness.
need it.
Okay.
She
doesn't
already
need it.
heals.
She has party heal and regen.
and
That's
regen.
ridiculous.
You don't need it. That's
Yeah.
worthless. Chidoro 2. I feel like that's like the worst part of healers is like if it like makes your heals better, but your heals are already like over healing or like not over healing, but like healing way too much. It's like kind of worthless. Kind of feels bad.
Offensive.
Chidoro 2.
I don't think that matters.
She gets increased 30% defense if in the front line.
It's only for her though.
It's only for her.
If she buffed Vanguard defense, that would be interesting, but she doesn't.
She gives this only to light styles. By the way, she only heals light styles. This is why she's so bad.
Yep.
It's like, why?
She's a replacement to Tama 4 on light
But
teams,
Tama
which is
4
like,
can at
why?
least heal everyone. She just doesn't give. She just doesn't give the regen to them.
Yeah.
Or the SP. This is bad. So much worse.
But it costs half SP on first use, doesn't it?
Yeah, but
So you can just use it on turn 1.
still, it's.
And then you're just defense up and regen on turn
And then
1, so
she
you don't
can-
need to party.
She can stay in the front forever
Do nothing.
and do
no,
nothing
she can-
but spam this.
Yeah, she can generate overdrive with her generalized skill.
I guess. I don't know.
I don't know, she's like a Tama 4 side grade, and that's not what Light needed.
She really is.
Arguably, that's not what Light needed.
Tama 1. Limit Break 3.
Oh, I know that one. That's the DP regen one.
Ass.
I have that.
Just leave it there. UD2. The sadness when I saw her kit is just really bad. She will be able to break, but she's super break, so bad. I don't even want to look at her kit
But
because bad,
on break.
bad. Walking 2, bad. Cotton 1, one of the few that can be changed. Because she gets a nice thing called funnel, which is great. The problem is her destruction rate to begin with is actually not that great, and so it kind of feels bad. But she is definitely funnel, so she will go up 1, but like that's it. I don't think this funnel is enough to really push her up anything. Granted, you do have to realize that she is still, to this day, really good for arts and really good for dungeon. It's just that outside of that, she is a dud, even at Limit Break 3, right? So, he will not move. She is now viable, right? With Limit Break 3, she is viable. But like, if I made it a dungeon tier list, she'd be like 10, right? That's what you have to
She
realize.
can generate overdrive quickly, I guess.
Yep. Adele 1. Adele
She
1.
gets nothing. Don't worry
Does she
about
even
it.
get anything useful? Let me break 3.
She gets nothing. Don't worry about it.
She gets frontline if higher than 80% DP. Yeah, that's bad. She doesn't.
That's
It doesn't help her at all. She just stays there. Big sad. Just for memes. That's all she's there for. Kanade 2. Kanade 2. I feel like we're losing spirit because all these last ones are bad. Kanade 2 gets a DP per turn, recovery, and she can get to 150%. Does that make her stronger? I actually think this one does. So unlike the other ones, this one does because her
Yep, she can
EX
store it in
skill.
the backline, which is nice.
Yeah, she can be stored in backline, and she can actually make use of this threshold, which before she really couldn't. She had to use this skill to do it and pray the boss didn't touch her, right? Not very useful in my opinion. With this LB3, she is in fact viable. Arguably, she should be in tier 6 with that one alone. It's kind of weird. It's just that her kit is not complete without this.
Yeah.
The main issue is that she's not any higher than that. By the way, just giving everyone a heads up if you didn't know, she actually has the highest damage potential in the game right now. So if the enemy is 300% weak to every single element, right? She has the highest damage potential in the game. The reason why people put her so low is because to get there, you have to get to 150% DP. That means you have to spam this skill, which costs 4 SP, and you also want this Mind Eye for self, and of course level 10, right? The crazy version, and that costs 5 SP. So to set up already, you need 10 SP, right? Without using this overheal thing on herself, and then pray the enemy the boss doesn't hit her. And then finally, you can fire this off, which costs 15 SP, so you're already diving yourself deep, 25 plus SP, just to fire this off as your like super hard hitting thing, and most likely you'll break the boss, and then you're stuck there because you still need to be able to have some destruction to then have the multiplier to kill him. Yeah, getting this 150 DP is a pain in the butt, but this at least helps her, and this at least allows her to do it. If she never leaves the backline, if she never gets touched, it'll take you 7 turns to get to nearly max value. So overall, it goes from being not viable to completely viable. However, and she jumps all the ones right above where she's at because she's able to actually deal a good chunk of damage. No one that I know actually ever actively uses her just because Adele exists. I think that's like a very common trope is Adele exists, therefore like no one exists, right? And then for AoE you have Yuina and you have Misato. So she's not used. She's used as often as Waki is used. In fact, probably less used than Waki because Waki did get a level 17 and much easier to use. So overall, and much faster, by the way. So overall, Kanade is okay. That's it. Maria, she gets to be able to actually get 5 tokens in the beginning. Very nice, very potent, very sweet. I do personally value her as a damage dealer, probably because of that pass viable. Probably in this tier here, just because that totem is very good. I hate saying totem because it doesn't sound as good as token system, but I do value her to be in this tier here in tier 6 with that LB3 passive because she is much easier to use. She does get 5 tokens from the beginning, and she's very hard to get to 10 tokens, even with that, but it's much more feasible, and she can also turn 1 burst any farming node. So, whoop-de-doo, right? Byakko 2. So, Byakko 2 is also one of the rare ones where her 25% skill attack doesn't seem that good, because usually it wouldn't be. The main thing is that she's a blaster damage dealer, and she has the highest potency for destruction in the game, which means that if any of these hits break the enemy, they're probably going to explode at high LBs. Very potent damage dealer if you're trying to just kill a boss. She was one of the early ones that allowed you to, I think it was 1 or 2 turn kill hard mode Red Crimson, right when the hard mode fights came out, and you can do practice stuff, and you can try to min turn stuff. She was prominent in that if you had her limit break 3 or not. So with that in mind, she is going to be in the viable tier. Do I note her to be up here? By all means, no. But she should at least go up a tier and be friends with Bungo. So very strong, but probably not useful for score attack, but useful for kind of min turn fun, essentially. Maki's damage with the thing doesn't change, so we'll just leave her there. Carol gets, wow, that's terrible. 10% skill attack. We leave her where she is. She gets to suckle her thumb and cry. Bungo 3. In this case,
5 SP one, right?
5 SP. This actually nets her to be pretty viable, pretty up there. In fact, I actually would value her at least in this 6th position, due to the fact that 5 SP is a big deal for any damage dealer, whatever, min turning, whatever. And yeah, she's just strong in that regard. I will move her there now. And I actually want to bring Rem back from his project, because he actually uses her. So Rem, back from your hole. We're on Bungo SS3, your favorite, dude.
Or Bungo SS3,
yeah. I moved her from not viable on Limit Break 1 to Limit Break 3, tier 6. Mostly due to all the stuff I've seen you do and some other people do for turn 1 min turn stuff as well. Not turn 1, is it turn 1, turn 2? For her GT, but outside of that, I don't think she really is valued to this degree. However, I would like your take, since you actually have used her pretty actively before.
So she's really just for fun, but because her X skill is AoE, and because she's tender, she's really a great teammate with Sharo 2. With Sharo 2 for the tender radius down. When you put her in a team, she can have. If you put her with Union and with Sharo 2, that's three members, and the rest can be whoever you're going to be teaching orb skills to. I'm talking about orb skill tier 2, the ones with the 2 bosses. Mm-hmm. She can one-shot them with on turn 1. How many HP? Yeah, she can one-shot them on the first. On the second turn, not the first time, on the second turn. Mm-hmm. So you just give her a buff from Union, and then you use the Thunder Rays down from Shadow 2, and she can one-shot them. That can only be done with her LB3 because that gives her 5 extra HP.
So are you going to be using her this skill here, and then use this skill because you'll dispel that defense buff if you give it to them anyways?
The dispel doesn't matter, honestly. It's just I mostly use her for quick or boss 2 kills.
Okay. Fair enough, but
the dispel can be useful. It's just that I haven't really used this. For her second skill, the base skill. Base skill is kind of funny.
Yeah, it is fun.
Actually, you make a great point. You make a great point because I remember having fun with this skill.
Yeah, it's
you know,
fun.
I was using her in tandem with at the same time with Irene. Irene 2.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I would to make use of Irene 2's SP battery effect. I think she has it on the I don't remember which LB it is, but anyways, or to make use of that, I would give the boss a def up effect. I mean buff using that skill. So you know when it fails, just switch to the other one. Yeah, when it fails, it grants the boss a def up buff. And you can remove it with Irene, and then she grants extra SP to the front line.
Oh, does she?
Made use of that. It was kind of funny.
Wait, I didn't know that. This one?
It's I think it's Irene. Yeah, Irene has got yeah, the one. It's LB0 passive. No, Irene 2. Irene 2.
Oh.
You see, after removing buff from an enemy, she gives Vanguard 2 extra SP. And I was using her with Bone Chan to trick it to trigger it.
That's actually funny.
Yeah.
That's some weird text.
But anyway, she's really just for fun.
Yeah, but you would say that like she is around here. Whoops.
Yeah, she's comfy in that.
Comfy with these girls here. At least these damage dealers. Like, don't worry about over here, but kind of like these damage dealers here. At Limit Break 3.
Yeah, I wouldn't add anything to that. That's correct. That seems good to me.
Well, we are at Sumo Mo 2, which you know, bad. But we have to at least take a look, right? Oh no, she has one of these. Above 15 SP, she gains 30% skill damage. Skill attack. Yeah, that's pretty bad overall. We can kind of skip on that and not worry about it. And now we're at Megu 2. We're really going down this list. Megu 2. And with Megu 2, wow, this stream has
Why is that the same as
dude, this
Bungo's?
stream has now been nearly 4 hours. Holy dude.
Is she a Bungo's LB3? Chunky.
I don't get this. Stop. Oh wait.
Why is it the same?
No, is it? No.
It's 30% chance.
Is it really?
Why does she have the same one as Bungo? She's not a random character. I'm confused.
Wait, where is it here?
So I just noticed something, and I don't know if any one of you know about this.
Wait, I don't see it here.
Because of how glaring it is, I think it might as well talk about it. Which has no, it's not about what you're doing right now. I'm just checking the latest update because while you were talking, the data was updated on HBR English. Yeah, did your star ever talk about releasing the game on other platforms?
Did they? I don't know.
Did they talk about releasing
the
game on other platforms?
It was just iOS, Android, and PC.
They was trying to put it on the Switch or something. Oh no.
Stuff like releasing it on PS5, PS4, and Xbox.
Really?
I don't know if it's
Nope. Never heard of that.
I don't know what they're cooking, but I'm Not even sure if this is something that was found on the English, on the Japanese version, because I don't remember seeing it. Because right now, like, I'm seeing an update where there's a tutorial images for PS4, PS5, and Xbox.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I think this is a typo. Is it? I didn't
What
see
is
on
it?
the skill list.
Because it's Bunko's skill, it already exists. Why would it be skill list under a different name? It's the same skill. And
It's
Bunko
bad.
came out
Regardless,
first.
it's bad. We could keep her there. Just to move on. Miko. Oh no, it's just more skill damage. We don't even need that for a debuffer. We move on to Booty. Wow. Kinda going through a lot of the worthless ones. Okay, Buritika is one of the ones that I wish was good. Anyways, front line, she's in front line, all allies get plus 7% DP. So this actually works well with her kit. She already comes with a nice small heal with the Vanguard defense up for 1 turn. It costs a massive 10 SP. And then her ult is a 10 hitter, 3 turns of attack down, 1 turn of imprison, and a misfortune. I do think that this is very nice to have in general. In terms of part of her kit. Of course, it doesn't really make her viable by many means, but would that actually raise her up a tier? I actually think it does, because it's very synergistic with her kit. And her main problem whenever I did use her way when she first came out, is that this thing costs a massive 10 SP, and then you are in the negatives, possibly, because this can go to negative SP, and you really want this to kind of like just exist for a little bit longer, because her heal is just so like, it costs too much. Oh yeah, this gives you a chunk of OD too if they're not null resist, but RIP null resist. So my opinion, she actually goes up a tier, just because that is a very potent like thing that is part of her kit. Granted, being still under viable is kind of yikes, which feels bad. And I wish her SS2 was just as good, but it's not. It does have a plus 20% recovery, which is nice because you can still use this, and this heal is just standard. It's kind of a small heal. So it does actually kind of benefit like this one, but this one's more like, even if you max heal, it's much more beneficial in those terms. But over here, she has another heal, and she can go for a max DP with this. Is that useful when her other skill is just an AoE attack? I would say I would value the other still more, but because these heals are actually pretty low, it's like your standard, like, you know, Tama heal that Tama can do right now. That's like her S skill, right? At times you will want this as well. Would that be an issue? I think so, because this is an 11 SP heal, and then her other heal, this is not a heal, right? Yeah. Her other heal is 10 SP and gives defense up. So her SP cost being so high is, I still would not raise her up, because the heal isn't the problem, it's her SP cost and like in between her heals. So I actually would value Booty to be 2 to be worse than Booty 1 in regards of Limit Break 3. So that is where I'm putting it here. Yep. I think no one really used her outside of like Eldritch and I. Like I tried to use her and try to make her work. She didn't work. Yuki 4. So Yuki 4
Wow, that's interesting skill.
is sadness.
Terrible.
Increases destruction rate. But it
Doesn't have,
doesn't synergize with her kit,
you need to add another 0 to that 20%.
and therefore she doesn't move. Bungo is Bungo. We don't move her. Just kidding. She actually goes up because she does get some SP. However, is that going to put her above anyone here? Probably not. I think she just move her up one like this. I think it's a little cute thing, cute nod. I don't
think she could move above Yuki.
You think she can move above Yuki? Okay.
Because she can generate overdrive faster.
True.
It's an 8-hit AoE attack. That's not.
You know what? That's pretty good. Yeah, you're not wrong. And a dispel, that's pretty good. You know.
So yeah, I'm just gonna go to bed. So
Okay, no problem. We're
It's
on the
been
bottom of the
fun.
list anyway, so it's not like
We're just
like
freezing.
we're just like laughing
I
at
just
some
got
of
done
these.
with the
But
yeah.
yeah, I would like you to take a look at all the lists and stuff, Rem, when you have the time. I know you're busy, so like don't worry about it. It's not like it matters.
I'm not busy. I'm lazy.
Well, I mean, I'd like you to not be lazy
Okay.
and check my work because I know that I'm not the most knowledgeable player, and I know a lot of people actually rely on
Yeah.
this. So it'd be nice if some people can.
Yeah, I'll take another look later.
Yeah.
I just finished the challenge that I wanted to prepare
Yeah,
for.
take your time.
bigger
Like
side of.
if you take like a whole month, it doesn't matter because honestly, you're just telling we're just telling everyone to pull on Union banner, and then they're gonna chill for like until Mua, to be quite frank,
Or Angel Beats.
or Angel Beats if they really want to wail
Yeah.
there, right? But let's be honest. If you're going meta, then you go Union and then you go Mua, right? Granted, we don't know how fast they're gonna go, but
Union's gonna deal some lasting damage.
what?
Some lasting damage to everyone's stash for a while, so they'll take some time to recover.
I mean,
There's enough gems to
I
spark.
I saw that they in I don't have it here. Let me see. Is it here? I was given the pictures from someone who data mined as well. I'm pretty sure you saw it as well, and just not mentioning it. But there was the thing where what's it called again? The banners for Christmas and New Year's are in the files for the pictures for those.
Yeah, they are.
And so
Yeah, but it's just the image.
it's just the image, but then if you read the dialogue, it says like Happy New Year and like Merry Christmas or whatever. So
Yeah, talking about that other
yeah, so
that's true.
I have put in here as my Memoria debut list that I have, right? That my prediction is 2 weeks later we're getting the Christmas one, and 2 weeks after that we're getting this New Year's one. I don't know when we're gonna get this one, but it might be at the same time, right? So, the only banners I got to see that they showed me was this one here and this one, and seeing that it's Merry Christmas and we get things on a Friday, December 20th makes the most sense for Merry Christmas.
Let me take a quick look because I really don't pay attention to that stuff.
I mean, I know you don't. That's why I'm asking you before you go to sleep if you have the ability to.
Because they've been there for a while, so.
Yeah, so I'm predicting it's gonna be on the 20th because maybe they're just trying to line up the Merry Christmas stuff. I did notice that they're trying to do 2-week banners, and that JP we typically have 2-week banners, although there are periods where we have like 3-4 week banners, like between new stuff. And I think, excuse me, EN's quote unquote acceleration is just gonna be making everything 2 weeks. Which means that I think they're going to be accelerating at about a 20% rate, personally. Looking at that fact, if it does continue in that way. It's about 20 to 25% acceleration, although like they're sometimes not being accelerated because JP also does 2 weeks banners. So,
Yeah. So let's take a look. Yeah, that sounds right.
Good idea that they're putting Union Banner so early so that people have less chances to spend all their gems on the wrong banner. It's a good way to look out for players.
I mean, the good part is Union is not limited, so you know, you can always get her somewhere. Uh,
Yeah. I mean, I skipped her first banner in JP and then picked her up when they did the one-day rerun of every single banner in the game.
oh yeah, they did do that.
I don't think we're gonna get that in Global though.
Mm.
But judging by how many banners Sega 2 has been on already, I think Union's gonna be on quite a few banners, so I don't think people have to worry
Is
that
Ian
much.
Patch catching up to JP server? Yes, they are. They are.
Eventually.
They are in a weird acceleration. They're not actually fully acceleration. They are like this weird acceleration where they're just like moving around banners and doing some weird stuff. Union banner is oddly long, nearly a whole entire month. I actually think what Yostar did is incredibly smart. They understood that everyone wants to roll for Union, and Union banner is way longer than all their previous banners. It's a whole month. All their other ones like 2 weeks. So they're probably gonna overlay it with all these other banners, right? At the same time, because they're just gonna be like, oh yeah, skip that, skip this, right? And it's gonna be a whole entire month that you can get Union. I do think that is a very smart play by them. That they are giving free pulls on that too. They're giving you 20 free pulls on it, and pity is 150. So you only have to pull to 130 if you're only looking at gem count. I mean, quartz count, which is probably doable to do within that month because they're also dropping more stuff and more login bonus stuff, which is probably enough to get you another 10 pull. So if you did not waste your quartz, you probably will have enough to get her at pity.
Even if you did the step-up banner completely, you would still have enough quartz left over in content to spark Union banner as is, without the free pulls, without any additional bonus.
So
the gems are there.
Yeah. So the thing is that they are providing a whole time, and on top of that, they did exactly what I said that they were gonna do. People asked me, when do you think 4.1 is gonna drop? Okay. I told them it's going to drop either on December 6th, or it's going to drop on Union banner, or it's going to drop after Angel Beats. My prediction was it was going to drop on Union banner. But those are the three possibilities. Like the three smartest plays are those. And I predicted it's going to drop on Union banner. Apparently, they wanted me to say drop on December 6th with Union banner. That's what they wanted me to say. Which is interesting, but like, okay, I predicted it right. I mean, I didn't predict it on here right because, well, like, this is the first ban or whatever, but every time I was talking to someone online or like DMing them, I told them when they asked me when it's going to drop, I said on Union banner. That's the smartest play that Yostar can do, because then no one can complain that they are stuck on chapter 4.1, because their biggest their biggest fear is people are going to be stuck on 4.1 and fucking bitch about it. And that's what they don't want, right? And so they were very, very smart about that. And then they drop it on December 6th, just like I predicted, because that's the end of the Maki Inori banner with Union. Smart. Now you have a little bit more room and leeway to fill out the rest right here, right? These guys before Angel Beat banner comes by.
My also kind of holiday banners.
My
which is nice.
other prediction that I'm gonna have now that I know they're gonna move banners is, by the way, everyone that's here, I will note this. I'll note this to Rem as well, even though Rem's not listening. Yostar has personally contacted me about Tojo files. I don't know if you know this, Rem, but Yostar has actually contacted me about it and saying if they can use my project for information for them in order to gather like information of everything so they can plan out shit. They are using it. So, like, I'm guessing they're actually being smart about it and moving around banners that make sense to make the player base happy. I think they're very smart about that. And honestly, I like if they are doing this by playing smart, I commend them for it. Like, I actually commend them for it. Like, I do think it's a good idea. Granted, because what they're doing, I can't sleep. Not sleep. I can't play the game, but it's fine. Copium. Anyways, we can just finish up this list. We're already. I want to finish this stream at least, and then I can just like continue in this Discord and stream and stuff if anyone has questions. But
Okay, I'll leave you to finish that. Have a good night or good day, everyone. I'm
Yeah,
going.
see you.
Good night, Rem. Take care. I just don't want to make my stream like 4 or 5 hours long. It's already 4 hours long. Oh my god. What are we on? We are on Yuki 2. Okay, well, we only have a couple left. Yay. We're only... Dude, all the Yukis are bad except for 2 of them. 3 of them, whatever. Fire attack up. Not gonna move because that is one of those ones that don't make you move. Hisame 1.
Sheep and cat. Still don't have this Memoria. Oh, it's just skill attack up.
It's just skill attack up. Garbage. We move on. Chie. We don't have to talk about it. Garbage. Yeah, this is the tier. Yeah, this is the LB3 tier list. Okay. From my personal experience. Megu 1.
It's just skill damage, isn't it?
I don't care
Or
what it
higher
is.
stun chance?
It doesn't help her.
It's wonderful.
Okay. I don't care if she has one that
No, wait,
is
I
better
remember
than
this
Ross.
one.
It's bad.
This is start of battle has the chance to stun all enemies.
That's trash.
This is like the gold hopper nest
that's so-
killing one. People use that to kill gold hoppers. Nope, okay, it's trash. Move on.
Misato 1. I don't care what it is. She's also bad. We can pass. I don't even have to talk about it. I don't have to look at it. And Yuki 1, I don't even care what she has. She's just staying there. So
Oh god, that's so bad.
do you want
It's
to
a
see how bad it is?
20% skill damage buff in overdrive only. Why is it conditional?
Let's see how bad it is.
That would have to be like
Only in
30%
overdrive.
to even be like interesting at all.
This is beyond bad.
During overdrive?
This is cry-worthy bad. Only during
Terrible.
conditioning on overdrive, and it's worse than characters that have it without a condition.
Unconditional.
That is absolutely terrible. And then the last Yuki, we have this one, which is another condition above 15 SP, 30%, but she doesn't really deal that much damage anyways, and it's not.
And her ult isn't even 15 SP cost, so it hurts even more.
Yeah. So overall, this is the end of tier list. For Limit Break 3 for the time being in JP, I'm going to stop my